Oh shit, it was muted. Well, I'm glad that was a bullshit test run that I did that for. And I only got through 2 articles before someone pointed it out. Thanks, Enjoy the Soy. I can go back and reread, now that I know that people weren't hearing what I said. Can you hear me now? That should be outputting. Awesome. Well, since nobody heard me read the first article, I guess I'll go read that again, especially since it's some pretty good news. So, this is from The Guardian. Lula judge was biased. Brazil's Supreme Court rules paving way to challenge Bolsonaro. Former president's vindication could prove a precedent for other high-profile politicians and business leaders in prison. Lula da Silva could face off against Bolsonaro in 2022 elections in Brazil. A photograph, Miguel Shincarlo, AFP Getty Images. From Associated Press. Brazil's Supreme Court has ruled that the former judge Sergio Moro was biased in the way he oversaw President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva's corruption trial, providing vindication for the leftist leader who has long claimed political persecution. What's this? Alright. The decision further darkens the shadow over the reputation of Moro in the sweeping car wash corruption investigation he presided over for years. Hey, former hazmat. He sentenced hundreds of businesses and political leaders previously believed to enjoy impunity and transformed himself. I am a lefty polar. Thank you for noticing. I've got the mask on right now, but I do the Chad face. Why, yes, I do post on Lefty Poll. How could you tell? He sentenced hundreds of business and political leaders previously believed to enjoy impunity and transformed himself into one of Brazil's best-known public figures. Some hailed him a hero, while others accused him of being a zealot. In this case, what is discussed is something that, for me, is key. Everyone has the right to a fair trial, due legal process, and the impartiality of the judge, said Justice Carmen Lucia, who cast the tie-breaking vote. Leaked messages published by The Intercept Brazil in 2019 showed apparent collusion between Moro and prosecutors during the process that ultimately jailed Da Silva for corruption and money laundering. His conviction on appeal sidelined him from the 2018 presidential elections, pursuant to the rules of Brazil's clean slate law, and allowed the fringe lawmaker Jair Bolsonaro to cruise to victory. Moro quickly became Bolsonaro's justice minister. Hey there, Anun. Tuesday's ruling follows a separate decision from Justice Edson Fachin on 8th March to annul Da Silva's 2 convictions on the grounds that he was tried in court without proper jurisdiction and establishing that he could be retried in federal court in the capital Brasilia. Moro enters history as a judge who, for motives alien to the justice system, opted to strip the political rights of a great leader with whom he didn't agree, said Senator Jean-Paul Prates of Da Silva's Workers' Party. Da Silva is universally known as Lula in Brazil. This decision, combined with the annulment of Lula's convictions at the start of the month, made more than clear he is innocent. While the decision this month cleared the way for Da Silva to oppose Bolsonaro in 2022 elections, it was also interpreted by legal experts as a means to head off ruling on allegations of Moro's bias, and in doing so preserve the convictions and credibility of Car Wash. Another justice called for a vote on the pending matter regardless. With their 3-2 decision on Tuesday, the justices prohibited evidence gathered in the Car Wash probe about Da Silva's alleged ownership of a triplex in the beach town of Guarujá from being used in any eventual trial. The justices did not rule whether evidence gathered previously could be used when retrying Da Silva's other conviction or in his other 2 unresolved criminal cases. And here's Jair Bolsonaro and Sergio Moro scheming. Michael Mohallam, coordinator of the Justice Center of the Getulio Vargas Foundation, said the ruling brought any corruption proceedings against Da Silva back to square one and solidified his 2022 candidacy. It also provided a glimmer of hope for others who have been jailed. Lula will be able to say he was persecuted by a judge who wanted to convict him. For the political campaign, that's very valuable, Mahalam said. The fear is that many inmates will present cases to annul their sentences. The ruling opens that discussion. And then here's Guardian asking for money. So yeah, that sounds like some good news out of Brazil. Some nice precedents being set there. And, we'll see what happens in 2022. Maybe things are going to change. Will I debate Haas? No. I'm not going to debate anybody. Debates are counterproductive. They're really just a way of getting attention and clicks. Haas wouldn't debate me anyway. He doesn't let anybody on his show anymore that doesn't agree with him. But enough about Haas. Let's move on to the next story. All right, from NewsClick. Bengal elections. Left candidates in key seats claim rave response from people. Pro-people campaign of the left and its allies is going on in full swing in key seats like Jadavpur and Tollygunj in South 24 Parganas. And this picture is not labeled, but it seems like people are marching for that movement. Kolkata. From establishing a separate department for migrant laborers to 150-day work in urban areas on the model of the NEREGA, Narega, for the jobless youth of urban areas are driving the left candidates' campaign in Kolkata's Jadavpur and Tollygunj area, and even rural assembly segments like in Bangar. But debates are funny. I mean, maybe, but are they useful? That's the question. Jadavpur, which was won by Communist Party of India Marxist CPIM Central Committee member Dr. Sujan Chakraborty in the last assembly elections, had even maintained a winning lead during last Lok Sabha polls, which witnessed rise in support of the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP. In the last assembly elections, Dr. Sujan Chakraborty, leader of the Left Legislative Party, had won by over 20,000 votes. This year, he is contesting former Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh RSS functionary turned Trinamool Congress corporator Debabrata Majumdar, aka Malloy, and former corporator Rinku Naskar, who defected from the CPIM to the BJP last year. While Rinku's defector image is perturbing to the left, and Debabrata had defected from the BJP to TMC, it is said that it is BJP's ideological parent to RSS, which is the main opposition to Sujan Chakraborty in Jadavpur, with more opposition contestants swearing allegiance to the RSS in a seat that is considered to be a citadel of the left, even in troubled times. Interestingly, some of the local level building promoters told a story about Majumdar, who is known as Garage Malloy, for allegedly keeping garages for himself in his ward in exchange for using his corporator position to allow construction of buildings in Jadavpur and nearby areas of Tollygunj. In all the 5 wards of Jadavpur, Sujan Da will maintain an unassailable lead this time, said Sudip Sengupta, CPIM District Secretariat member and former State Secretary of the Student Federation of India, SFI. Sengupta is also an important part of Chakraborty's campaign team. Sujan Chakraborty has maintained a close contact with all of us who are electorates, said Jayanta Sakar, aged 50. He said he considered Chakraborty as one of the stars in the state's political spectrum, with close door-to-door connection with people of his assembly segment all throughout the year. From 1987 to 2011, former Chief Minister Buddhadeb Bhattacharya was elected MLA from the Jadavpur Assembly segment. After his defeat in 2011, it was Chakraborty who contested in the 2016 Assembly elections, elected and defeated TMC's Power Minister, Manish Gupta. Chakraborty studied in Jadavpur University and has been maintaining close connection with people of Jadavpur since his college days, explained Sugata Paul, a school teacher by profession and who, along with Sudip Sengupta and others, runs the People's Canteen in Jadavpur that started in the lockdown period for the toiling masses of the area. Bangar fights against hooliganism. Infrared is live. Too bad. In Bangar, Indian Secular Front ISF candidate Nushad Siddiqui, who is also a Parjada of Furfura Sharif, is set to take on TMC's Syed Ghani. ISF is an alliance partner of the left, and the Congress is in the state. React to infrared and initiate debate? No. I'm not here to debate and do drama. That's not what I want to do here. This isn't just to be like, oh, it's so funny. Maybe at some other point I could talk to them or something, but I don't think that they want to talk to me. I'm pretty sure they're done with leftypol, and I'm happy to let that be mutual. Anyway, interestingly, the fight in Bangar is challenging for the TMC as protests against forcible acquisition of land had swept the area in 2017. Recently, a public meeting in Bijoygunj, where the candidature of Nushad Siddiqui was declared in the presence of the left Front Chairman Biman Basu, was attended by nearly 50,000 ISF and Left Front activists. In the meeting, left leaders and ISF Chief Abbas Siddiqui spoke of construction of a cold storage facility predominantly agrarian Bangar area. Exactly, Glow Uyghur. Leftypol already lives rent-free in Haas's head, no need to debate. In his address, Biman Basu asked people not to give up to EVM manipulators and, if needed, to strike back while taking more people alongside. He also called to create the safety net around each booth in the assembly segment, which is notorious for vote loot and has seen violence from the ruling TMC. On the next day of the huge rally, some hooligans allegedly belonging to the TMC torched the home of an ISF supporter for daring to join the rally. The incident in Sopa Village and Bodra area happened in Sopa Village in Bodra area of Bangar. On the advice of the police, when Ajij Mola, is that 3 L's? Went to the police station to lodge complaint. He was allegedly beaten up on the road. Ultimately, 3 accused of torching the house were arrested by the police. But I love drama? Yeah, no, that's not. If you love drama, then go watch Infrared. They constantly do drama on their own. You don't need my help for that. It's not what I'm interested in. We're doing the news right now. This is the happenings channel, not the drama channel. Babul in Muddy Waters. In the heavyweight assembly segment of Tullygunj, there was neck-to-neck fighting in the last assembly elections between the left and the TMC. This year, the electorate, comprising nearly 3 lakh voters, is set to make a choice among the activist Devdut Ghosh, former Central Minister Babul Supriyo, who resigned from Lok Sabha to contest the assembly elections, and State Youth Affairs Minister Arup Biswas. Wherever we are going, we are earning rave response, Devdut told NewsClick. Another thing which is hampering Supriyo's prospects is his alleged role in the Asansol riots, which broke out in 2018. Tullygunj is known as place of communal harmony, and Babul's ill fame and communal approach is turning many voters off, says Rakhi Chakraborty, a left activist from Ward 97 of Kolkata Municipal Corporation. Hey, Yuta. I hope you don't come ask me to go debate Haas too. Alright, where are we? That's the end of the article. Yep, from NewsClick. Alright, next one is from Middle East Eye. Israel elections. Latest results show Netanyahu without clear path to power. Far-right religious Zionist Party alliance makes gains with 6 seats so far, with United Arab List on 5 and Likud on 30. Here we have Itamar Ben-Gvir, head of the Otzama Yehudit Party, cheers to supporters at a market in Jerusalem while campaigning on March 22nd. Yeah. Somebody, who is it? It was a noon was asking me to debate Haas. I'm not going to do that. Haas can debate himself. Anyway. The Religious Zionist Party, an alliance of parties which includes Kahanists, the Noam Party, and the National Religious hyphenated National Union Takuma. It's two nationals. Has exceeded expectations in Israel's fourth election in 2 years. With nearly 90% of votes counted, the Religious Zionist Party had 6 seats, while Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party had taken 30 seats in the 120-member Knesset. Is it Knesset or just Knesset? As counting continues, Netanyahu still does not have the 61-seat majority needed to form a coalition. Central Elections Committee data showed a potential coalition of left, right, and centrist factions was also just short of a majority. And here we've got the infographic. That's with 87% of the vote in. Likud's at 30, which is not enough. And then, let's see, where's the other one? There's the Religious Zionism one. Yeah, so seems like it's very split. Neither the United Arab List Party, headed by the Mansour Abbas with 5 seats, nor Naftali Bennett's Yamina with 7 seats have declared their support for either bloc. The Joint List, the main bloc of Palestinian parties, which Abbas broke away from to stand as an independent, took 6 seats, down 9 seats from the March 2020 election, according to the latest count. Netanyahu's potential bloc so far is 59 seats, too short of majority, if Bennett joins it, and if the United Arab List does not. Yeah, I'm not going to do drama, if I can avoid it. Yeah, Bennett shares Netanyahu's hardline nationalist ideology, but has remained non-committal about his coalition intentions. I will do only what is good for the state of Israel, Bennett is quoted as saying by a spokesperson immediately after polling stations closed. In an interview on Wednesday morning, Abbas said that he is not beholden to either bloc and will not rule out joining any coalition, but will rule out any party that rules out the list. Haaretz reported. Yeah, try to wrap your head around that one. About 450,000 ballots in double-sealed envelopes have yet to be counted. Should Netanyahu succeed in forming a coalition, Israel would have the most right-wing government in its history and is likely to contain followers of far-right Rabbi Meir Kahane. According to Haaretz, the religious Zionist shock gains mean Itamar Ben-Gvir, the party's number 3, could be up for a ministerial spot in a potential government. A lawyer and leader of the far-right Otzma Yehudit party, Ben-Gvir, is a Kahanist who has voiced admiration of Baruch Goldstein, the mass murderer of 29 Palestinian worshippers in the occupied West Bank in 1994. Ben-Gvir is also known for defending individuals suspected of carrying out hate crimes and has repeatedly called for the expulsion of Palestinian citizens of Israel who are not yet loyal to Israel. According to Haaretz, in addition to Ben-Gvir, Avi Mayoz, who is number 6 on the religious Zionist list, also appears to be headed for the Knesset. Mayoz is the leader of the Noam Party, which has called for the expulsion of foreign influences, which it has blamed for the growing acceptance of LGBTQ lifestyles. Okay. The Palestinian Vote. Oh, hold on. I gotta fix my green screen. Alright. That should do it for a bit. The Palestinian Vote. Earlier on Tuesday, the United Arab List had warned that the party may not cross the electoral threshold required to make it into the Knesset, but this proved not to be the case. At around 7 p.m. local time, Director Ibrahim Hijazi said Palestinian citizens of Israel had turned out at only around 35%, Haaretz reported. Anas Masri, a 40-year-old education worker who lives in the Palestinian village of Jaljulia, told the Middle East Eye that he had not voted in the past 3 elections and won't vote this time. It's a game, and I don't think the Israeli Knesset is my place, Masri said. All right. We are living in an illusion, especially regarding the idea of citizenship. We haven't achieved anything so far inside the Israeli parliament, and we couldn't change our reality. I believe we must build our own autonomy as Palestinians inside Israel, and we have to act on the ground and not in the parliament. Meanwhile, Maha Igbariya, a Palestinian activist in the northern Israel town of al-Fahem, said she was urging people in her community to vote for the joint list, insisting its PMs have done important work in highlighting the issue of organized crime that blights its towns and villages. For 2 years, the joint list has been highlighting this issue in Parliament, and without the Arab MPs, no one would hear about it. The Arab MPs did a lot for 48 Palestinians, and they deserve our trust and support, she told MEE. Along with the struggle against crime and house demolition, the Joint List is the only party that still speaks about the occupation in the Israeli parliament. This topic is dead in the other parties, and no one is mentioning that. I think this is the main problem that should be solved. Though an estimated 5 million Palestinians live under Israeli military occupation or siege in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, they are unable to vote in an election that will have far-reaching consequences for their lives. The Israeli military closes down the West Bank for every election as its citizens in illegal settlements freely vote. Yeah. Bibi's corruption charges. General voter turnout in Israel also showed a decline on Tuesday compared with the previous 3 elections. Weary after a series of failed attempts for any party to form a coalition, many have cast this election as a referendum on Netanyahu, who, having been in charge for 15 years, is Israel's longest-serving prime minister. Veteran Israeli political analyst Meron Rapaport told Middle East Eye that this latest election is very much a battle over the justice ministry. Netanyahu personally has much at stake in the judicial system, as he is fighting corruption charges which could jeopardize his freedom as well as his political career. Meanwhile, Netanyahu's far-right and religious allies have their own motives for getting hold of the Justice Ministry, which Blue and White has controlled in the outgoing government. The real battle will be over the Justice Ministry. This is the most important office after the Prime Minister. Netanyahu wants to get rid of his corruption case, and the right wing wants to cut the wings. Uh-oh. My connection drop? Netanyahu wants to get rid of his corruption. Oh shit. I'm not muted. Case. And the There we go. There we go. No, I just got disconnected. All right. I think I'm good. The real battle will be over the Justice Ministry. This is the most important office after the Prime Minister. Netanyahu wants to get rid of his corruption case, and the right wing wants to cut the wings of the High Court so they can do whatever they want regarding West Bank settlements, women, and the LGBT community, Rappaport said. They want to keep the lawmaking in their hands. Before Tuesday's vote, opposition leader Lapid warned that Netanyahu would seek to form a right-wing, racist and homophobic government if he won. This is the moment of truth, he said. There are only 2 options, a large Yesh Atid or a government of darkness, racism, and homophobia. Uh-oh. Oh. How is my stream health doing? Uh-oh. I think my internet might be getting interrupted a little bit. Let's try this. Am I good now, maybe? Looks like I'm okay. Anyway. Yeah, so that's the news on the Israeli elections. Here's Meron Rappaport, political analyst. Let's just get this quote again. Netanyahu wants to get rid of his corruption case, and the right wing wants to cut the wings of the High Court. And, yeah, opposition leader saying that this is the moment of truth. There's only two options: a large Yesh Atid or a government of darkness, racism, and homophobia. Sounds like they're at a crossroads then. Alright. We go from The Guardian. Oh, this is a fun one. Uh-oh. Let me make sure I'm actually getting a good connection before I start. Alright. From The Guardian, giant ship blocking Suez Canal partially refloated. Tugboats work to free 400-meter megaship Ever Given as vessels gather at either end of key waterway. Oh boy. Do they have a map in this article? I forget. There we go. Yeah, so here's the Suez Canal with the Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. Major shipping lane just blocked. Alright, so this is from The Guardian. One of the largest container ships in the world has been partially refloated after it ran aground in the Suez Canal, causing a huge jam of vessels at either end of the vital international trade artery. The 220,000-ton, 400-meter-long Ever Given, a so-called megaship operated by the Taiwan-based firm Evergreen, became stuck near the southern end of the canal on Tuesday. The Suez Canal Authority said it had lost the ability to steer amid high winds and a dust storm. 8 tugboats were working to free the vessel, blocking a lane key to Asia-Europe trade, through which about 50 ships a day passed in 2019. According to Egyptian government statistics, 50 ships a day. GAC, a Dubai-based marine services company, said that Ever Given had been partially refloated and moved alongside the canal bank, citing information from the SCA. Convoys and traffic are expected to resume as soon as the vessel is towed to another position, GAC said on its website. Bernhard Schultz Ship Management, BSM, the ship's technical manager, said it ran aground in the canal at about 5:40 GMT on Tuesday. The Ever Given against a Suez sandbank. Photograph Suez Canal, AFP, Getty Images. Yeah, so it looks like the bow of the ship, the front, got jammed into the ground. Egyptian forecasters said high winds and sandstorm hit the area on Tuesday, with winds gusting as much as 31 miles per hour. BSM said all crew were safe and accounted for, and there had been no reports of injuries or pollution. A growing number of tankers were gathering near the entrance to the canal on Wednesday morning, waiting to pass through. 7 vessels carrying 6.3 million barrels of crude oil were among those unable to pass. The research firm there's no E in it. There's no either. Kepler? It's not Kepler, it's Kepler. The research firm Kepler said, with another 3 carrying an additional 2.5 million barrels scheduled to try... Where's that 1,000? Sometimes they do the million where it's 2 M's. Barrels scheduled to try to make the passage by the end of the week. The accident was probably due in part to strong winds that turned the containers above deck into a vast sail that blew the vessel off course, said Jamil Sayegh, a former captain maritime law specialist with experience navigating the canal. The force generated by the wind would have unintentionally altered the heading of the vessel. Man, when your economy just has you consuming so much that the stuff that you pile up on the ship turns into a sail. Whew. But he added that human error may also have been a factor since ships traversed the canal in convoys and none of the vessels behind the Ever Given had run into similar troubles. Ships are machines run by propulsion engines with rudders that are almost identical in all vessels. The variables on board are the software and the personnel. So here's the 400-meter-long Ever Given, a so-called megaship in one of the largest container ships in the world. Here it is in, I get what it, Isle of Dogs, London. What is, I'm assuming this is supposed to be, like, the spot in the canal that's stuck, but it says London here.
We need to throw Ayn Rand in the toilet and flush.
Yeah, thanks for the follow, Eurasianist neo-Bolshevik.
Shred it first, put it in your toilet and flush, right?
Awesome. You got one of the rarer ones. The Ever Given is 400 meters long, 73 meters high, and stands 57 meters clear of the water. So here's a little diagram showing you just how massive this is. Well, I'm glad that you think I look based. Yeah, so this is just a product of, having... oh, here we go. This is another... It's a scale drawing. That's what it was. So they're showing you, like, the size of it relative to London, the size of it relative to Central Park in New York City. Yeah. So this is just, this is a, Icarus and Daedalus situation. You just keep building these ships bigger and bigger to transport all this stuff. And, they're too big. You can't handle it. The canals aren't big enough to fit. Alright, vessels passing through the Suez are obligated to use Egyptian pilots to help them navigate the stretch. Do you think maybe you might want to expand it then? Wow. Weather forecasts would have shown that winds were stronger on Wednesday, but he said both canal authorities and mariners tried not to delay passage. If you delay this vessel at Suez anchorage, it means that you are making the ship owner lose $60,000 or 44,000 pounds per day, or $3,000 to $4,000 per hour of delay, says Sayegh, the Beirut agent for the shipping journal Lloyd's. The incentive not to pause journeys had grown more acute with the rise of just-in-time supply chains in recent decades, said Peter Sand, the chief shipping analyst with BIMCO, an international association for ship owners. For decades, shipping has been the invisible conveyor belt at sea. Has it really been invisible, though? Enabling large manufacturing industries like automotive to do just-in-time shipments, even though from time to time shippers are calling foul in terms of the reliability of the schedule, he said. Some production lines may be halted due to containers being caught in traffic like this. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a huge number of these massive container ships sailing through the oceans all the time. Like, obviously you're going to have some things go wrong, even if they're not so big you can't fit them down this narrow passageway. Imagine how many shoes that ship could transport. Exactly. Yeah, like you see this... And
Ayn Rand in the toilet and flush.
Excel 3V, thanks for the follow.
I want to shred it first, put it in your toilet and flush, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's what we do with Ayn Rand here. Surprised we got two of the same one in a row. Yeah, so this is what happens when you just make stuff too big. It gets stuck. And you could be doing this to ship all kinds of stuff, all kinds of things people need, like shoes, like food, but a lot of it is just like, plastic nonsense. what do you call them? Like those little Funko Pops and stuff, right? Anyway, here's the big map. You can see it's near the bottom of the Suez Canal. It's this red dot right here. That's where it's stuck. And you've got all these ships down here that are waiting, and all these ships up here that are waiting. Just one ship was a little too big, and maybe there was some human error. We don't know. Maybe there was somebody on board that ship who realized that they could just flip a lever the wrong way and disrupt the entire global trade network, or at least the Europe-Asia trade networks. Kind of crazy how easily this whole thing could be disrupted, how fragile this system is. You know, you would think maybe that they would have been a little bit more careful about stuff like that and made sure that it could operate under, bizarre conditions, but apparently not. Apparently they didn't. Guess that's cost cutting for you. Anyway, Lars Jensen, the chief executive of Sea Intelligence Consulting, said delays increase the risk of congestion at European ports. When the canal reopens, this will mean that the delayed cargo will now arrive at the same time as cargo behind it, which is still on track. All right, yeah. I've heard about this. What's the big scale consequence of this? Probably short term, there's going to be lots of delayed shipments for people who are dependent on this route, people in Europe or Asia. Long term, I doubt they'll learn the lesson. But it shows a lot of people how easily this kind of stuff could be disrupted, which is a major security risk. Anyway, container ships such as the Ever Given are the most common type of ship using the Suez Canal. Really? That's funny. So they're always, I do not use a name on leftypol, no. I always post anonymously. Yeah, so apparently, oh no, it's just saying container ships, not these mega big ones. So container ships are 28% of the traffic. Tankers are 27%, so like oil. Bulk carriers are 22%, general cargo is 8%, and, so on. The Ever Given is one of a new category of ships called ultra large. Okay, I need to do a little effect for this. The Ever Given is one of a new category of ships called ultra large container ships. Some of which are even too big for the Panama Canal, which links the Atlantic and Pacific. You would think that they would design ships that could fit the shipping lanes that exist. You would think. It is carrying hundreds of containers bound for Rotterdam from China. All right. Pictures taken from another ship at the canal, the Maersk Denver, showed the Ever Given lodged at an angle across the waterway. So, not just stuck, but blocking other people, too. Oof. Julianne Kona, who posted the picture on Instagram, watched the drama unfold as her ship waited at anchor. They had a bunch of tugs trying to pull it and push it earlier, but it was going nowhere, she wrote. I think... No, that's from Getty Images again. Here's another ship, a picture of it. So yeah, just totally blocking the canal. Nobody can get past that. Look at the size of the ship blocking the Suez Canal. If you zoom into the bow of the ship, you can see a digger for size reference. And this is from Brendan Cruz. So let's take a look at that really quick. If I recall correctly, bigger ships are more efficient fuel-wise and space-wise. Yes, they are. But you would still think that they would put a ceiling on how big they make the ships so that they can fit where they need to go. You would think, right? Evergreen. So yeah, here you go. And the digger for scale here. Let's now I could just zoom in here. Yeah, so like this over here. So this is like a claw digger. You can maybe see it. It's like this tiny little thing here. It's like a caterpillar claw digger. You know, like a giant arm that like excavates. This little tiny smudge is one of those. That's how big this whole thing is here. Yeah, they're definitely going to have to make the canal wider. If they want to keep passing those things, maybe they'll just give up. Maybe they'll make smaller ships. Jeez. Anyway. The Suez Canal, it's one of the most important waterways in the world and links the Mediterranean with the Red Sea and shipping lanes to Asia. It is 120 miles, 190 kilometers long, 24 meters, 79 feet deep, and 205 meters wide, and can handle dozens of giant container ships a day. They were saying it did 50 ships a day in 2019. It was expanded in 2015 to enable ships to transit in both directions simultaneously, but only in part of the waterway. So there's precedent for expanding it. Maybe they will. And this is somebody else. General Osama Rabeh, head of the Suez Canal Authority, second right, speaks to other staff on board a boat near the stuck cargo ship. You can see it. You can see the boat over there. Big chunk of cargo. That's right. Its role as a cornerstone of international trade, particularly in oil, led the Egyptian president Abdel Fattah al-Sisi to renounce an expansion of the vital waterway in 2014, a project promised as a gift to the world. How many Lamborghinis are on that ship? Good question. Do they make Lamborghinis in China? It's going from China to Rotterdam. It cost $8 billion after the Egyptian dictator demanded the project to be completed within a year, promising Egyptian citizens that it would prove to be an artery of prosperity. Egypt welcomed world leaders to a grand ceremony marking the reopening of the new canal channel in 2015, amid a wave of nationalist fervor about the project. Ships have been grounded in the canal before. In 2017, a Japanese ship became stuck but was refloated within hours. Away from the canal, a more serious incident occurred in the German port of Hamburg in 2016 when the massive CSCL Indian Ocean, that's the name of the ship, ran aground and needed 12 tugs to set it free after... It needed 12 tugs to set it free after 5 days. And then Guardian wants money. So yeah, I don't know if there's any updates on this yet, but they're trying to fish that. Look at that big ship. It's one of those massive claw diggers, you know, caterpillar machine. Huge thing. Maybe they'll get it. Wonder how long it's going to take. All right. From Reuters. PDVSA's Bonaire oil terminal declares bankruptcy, citing U.S. sanctions on Venezuela. Who could have predicted that? All right. March 22nd, Reuters. A unit of Venezuelan state oil company, PDVSA, on the Dutch Caribbean island of Bonaire has declared bankruptcy, citing the impact of U.S. sanctions on Venezuela, a court filing showed. In a March 9th filing published last week by the Court of First Instance of Bonaire, Saint Eustatius and Saba, PDVSA-owned Bonaire Petroleum Corporation, BOPEC, said it could no longer pay its debts because sanctions had cut off its access to international trade, as well as cash held in bank accounts. The court granted BOPEC's request for a moratorium on creditor payments in a filing that noted BOPEC said it was negotiating with a party that may make the necessary liquid assets available to allow the company to satisfy its preferred creditors and offer a settlement to its unsecured creditors. Neither PDVSA nor Venezuela's oil ministry immediately responded for requests for comment. At its peak, OPEC had the capacity to store some 10 million barrels of oil and load large vessels from its deep-water docks. The company last year was ordered to remove stored oil due to the risk of leaks from its tanks. The bankruptcy filing is the latest blow to PDVSA's key network of refining and logistics assets in the Caribbean. The company is struggling to pay debts and maintain basic operations in Venezuela amid U.S. sanctions aimed at ousting President Nicolas Maduro. The sanctions have added to the impact of years of low investment and mismanagement. PDVSA's contract to operate Curaçao's 335,000 barrel per day Isla refinery and a neighboring storage terminal ended in December 2019, and PDVSA unit Citgo Petroleum Corp., now under the control of the U.S.-backed opposition to Maduro, last year transferred control of Aruba's San Nicolas refinery to the island's government. Last year, Refineria de Corso, which owns the Isla refinery, had sought to seize OPEC to collect on debts owned by PDVSA. Reported by Luke Cohen in New York, editing by Dan Grebler. Yeah, so sanctions work. Yeah, I think. Hold on. I'll come back in a minute and set the mods up. I need to talk to the guy who owns this SciTube channel, though, because it's his, and I want his permission for that stuff, too. Yeah. So, yeah, sanctions work. They work, and they're a bad time. Anyway. This is a fun-looking story. Telesur. The U.S. knew all about the 1976 coup plot in Argentina. Yeah, that's news. Anyway, let's see what this sign refers to: the 30,000 people killed by the dictatorship, Buenos Aires, Argentina, 2017. Photo EFE. We would like you to succeed, friends should be supported. The sooner you succeed, the better, U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger said. On the occasion of the 45th anniversary of the military coup in Argentina this Wednesday, documents classified by the National Security Archive indicate that the U.S. government was aware of the plots led by the coup leader Jorge Videla in 1976. Cables signed by former U.S. Ambassador to Argentina Robert Hill showed early meetings with coup instigator Emilio Massera, who was a member of the military board installed on March 24, 1976. The embassy has already indicated discreetly and through third parties to the military that the U.S. will recognize a new government in Argentina, Hill wrote. The documents also proved that the then U.S. Undersecretary of State William Rogers briefed Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and the White House National Security Council in mid-February about the destabilization plans. It's not plans in the event of destabilization, that's plans to destabilize. The military government will be friendly to the U.S. However, in stepping up the fight against the guerrillas, it's almost certain they will engage in human rights violations that would generate international criticism. Well, this was in Spanish, but I can read it. 24 de marzo, Día de la Memoria, Verdad y Justicia. Hoy abrazamos a todos los que siguen buscando su identidad robada, llorando sus desaparecidos y a un pueblo entero que fue víctima de la última dictadura cívico-militar en Argentina. Nunca más. This meme reads, it's a tweet. It's not a meme. March 24th, Day of Memory, Truth and Justice. We embrace all those people who continue to search for their stolen identities and mourn their disappeared relatives. We recall an entire nation that was a victim of the last civic military dictatorship. Nevermore. Central Intelligence Agency officials accompanied by then Republican Senator Jesse Helms, visited Buenos Aires just 12 days before the coup. Good idea, Crates. Oh, thank you, Leo. That's only 8 years in public school. I can pronounce the Spanish pretty okay. My vocabulary is pretty bad, though. Anyway. My presence out of the country when the coup happens would, I think, be a fact in our favor, indicating the non-involvement of the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. government, Hill warned. The dictatorship lasted until 1983, left a toll of 30,000 disappeared people and almost 500 children with substituted identity. In 1979, a mission by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights visited Argentina, where it received 5,580 complaints of kidnappings, torture, and murder. And that's the end for... They've got a video for, is a new Plan Condor underway in Latin America? The Operation Condor is the way that they normally say it in English, I think. Oh, I won't play. Must be a website error. Alright, yeah, I think that the leftypol Twitter follows my Twitter, but yes, I will definitely tweet about it next time. Anyway, that's some rough news. Not that that's surprising. From Morningstar, who I guess I need to subscribe to before I run out of articles I can view. 1 in 4 people will not recover financially from COVID for another year. A quarter of people will not recover financially from the COVID-19 crisis for at least another year, national poverty charity Turn to Us has warned. People who have lost income and incurred debts since March 2020 will need an average of 17 months to get their finances back to pre-pandemic levels, according to the charity. The time needed for people to recover is clear evidence that the government should not pull away support schemes too quickly, and that it has a clear moral obligation to make permanent the £20 uplift to universal credit UC, Turn to Us says. In the charity survey of over 2,000 people, 1 in 5 said they are now struggling to pay bills, 1 in 6 are struggling to afford food, and 1 in 7 are struggling to afford their rent or mortgage payments. Financial worries have also had a clear effect on people's well-being, with 62% reporting that their mental health has been affected, at least a little bit, and 33% saying they have suffered significant consequences. Yep. More of this kind of stuff is going to keep rolling in as this goes on. That's for Britain, isn't it? Yes, I believe that this is all British. I mean, they listed currency in pounds, so I'm assuming that this is a British publication. Or at least the stories about Britain. Money and Mental Health Policy Institute Chief Helen Undy said, "Mental health problems and debt can be a marriage made in hell, and these issues have become even more acute in the current crisis with millions more people affected." Ms. Undy agreed that the UC uplift must be made permanent and extended to other benefits, adding that the government should ensure access to adequate sick pay for all. There were 6 million people on UC in January 14th, 2021, according to official data, a 98% increase since March 12th, 2020. And yeah, the US is almost certainly worse. I don't think I need to monitor audio all the time. Yeah, so that's rough. A 98% increase. Yeah, and they were going to try to pull all that support out from under people because it costs money and it's, you know, it's a drain on profit, a drain on the surplus. Haitian authorities order arrest of Phantom 509 renegade cops. Here's a picture. Phantom 509 members during the operation to free their mates, Port-au-Prince, Haiti, March 18th, 2021. Photo courtesy of Zoom_Haiti. right? They will be arrested. They will be fired and arrested for usurpation of title if they continue to wear their uniforms. Haiti's. Hold on, I need to zoom in a little bit on this, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Haiti's Justice and Security Minister, Rockefeller Vincent. That's a hell of a name. Haiti's Justice and Security Minister, Rockefeller Vincent, on Tuesday ordered the dismantling of the Phantom 509 after members of this police union clashed with their professional colleagues. Instructions have been passed to the National Police High Staff to dismantle this terrorist group. Posing as policemen, they terrorize the population and seek to spread chaos in the country by looting and setting fire to private property, he said. The minister also ordered police commanders to detect the white-collar manipulators who are financing the activities of this renegade group, which killed a policeman during a protest in Port-au-Prince on Monday. On that occasion, the Phantom 509 were protesting to demand the police authorities to recover the bodies of the 4 officers who were killed in the Village de Dieu shantytown during an anti-gang operation on March 13th. In February, another clash between renegade cops and the National Police left at least 5 dead, 4 of whom were members of the Phantom 509. Well, I mean, 4 out of 5. Bruce Lee Urkel, Jin Ho Zod, I don't know. All those names like run together in Twitter handles. Haiti, this is French. I do not read French. Haiti a besoin d'un nouveau. I can't read that. Maybe I can play the video, though. This meme reads, Haiti needs a new Duvalier to bring order. The terrorist group Phantom 509, an alleged police union, attacked the Belizean soccer team that came to Haiti to play a World Cup qualifying match. All right. Let's see.
One police to argue with the next police. Oh my God. Oh God. Document this. The CNN
Well, you don't see much clashing, but you do see, I guess you see some intimidation and the police being moved back. The National Police Director, Leon Charles, reported on the initiation of legal action against the Phantom 509 members. On behalf of law and order, the police will track down with the utmost rigor those criminals who believe they can act with impunity, he said. The renegade policemen will be fired and arrested for usurpation of title if they continue to wear their uniforms, outlet Haiti Libre reported, adding that authorities are very actively searching for at least 8 Phantom 509 members. From the South, Newsbits. 4 police officers were killed during anti-gang operations in Haiti. In protest, the police joined other sections demanding the resignation of President Moise. According to human rights organizations, at least 37 criminal groups operate in the country. Let's see if this isn't too long.
The operation in Haiti last Friday ended in a major setback for the national government. The operation took place in Village de Dieu, on the outskirts of the metropolitan area of Port-au-Prince. 4 policemen were killed in the operation and 8 were seriously wounded. The criminal gang that calls itself 5 Seconds seized high-caliber weapons and 2 armored vehicles belonging to the National Police. According to human rights organizations in the country, there are at least 37 criminal groups, such as 5 Seconds, operating in the national territory. On the day of the incident, groups of agents and former officers of the National Police began demonstrating on Delmas Avenue. The police officers denounced the high costs of the failed operation and also criticized the security police of the Moise government. The police joined other sectors of Haitian society that have been demanding the resignation of the president for weeks, now considered a de facto president, especially since, according to the constitution, his presidency ended on February the 7th.
Well, there you go. All right. And by the way, I tweeted the link to the Twitch, so here you go. That should give you a, hey Clash. That's the end of this article, by the way, too. Alright. And we got we got 10 people in the SciTube, 10 people on Twitch right now. Nice. I guess it's the same 10 people. Oh, jeez. Well, this is a story. Another one from Morningstar. Children make up a quarter of all civilian deaths in Yemen war, charity warns. Britain urged to stop arming the war and supplying the Saudis with the aircraft that are dropping the bombs on Yemen's children. A quarter. Almost a quarter of the civilians who died. Oh, only almost. Almost a quarter of the civilians who died in Yemen in the last 3 years were children, a humanitarian aid charity reported today. An analysis by Save the Children revealed that 2,341 minors died in the war-torn country between 2018 and 2020. A 6-year conflict between Iranian-backed Houthi rebels and the Western-backed government's forces has already caused one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, with 1.8 million children under five suffering from moderate acute, I think it means from moderate to acute malnutrition. Or moderate, acute being like time span, so maybe moderate acute is correct. The charity warned that the conflict is becoming even deadlier for children. In 2018, 1 in 5 civilian casualties were children, but in 2019 and 2020, that jumped to 1 in 4, Save the Children said. It's a stark reminder that children and families are paying the heaviest price for this brutal war through no fault of their own. Many children have been living through a horrific and endless nightmare, said Xavier Joubert, the charity's country director for Yemen. Children continue to be killed and injured on a near daily basis. They go to bed hungry, see people starving to death, and miss out on school, he said. Every day, children risk death or injury if they venture outside and get caught up in the frequent shelling and bombing of places where they should feel safe. Homes, schools, hospitals, and marketplaces. Campaign Against Arm Trade, CAAT, argued that the only way to end Yemen's humanitarian catastrophe was for all parties to the conflict to fully implement an immediate ceasefire and work towards a sustainable peace and a political solution to the war. CAAT spokesperson told the Star the UK must stop arming this war. Half the Saudi aircraft whose bombing campaign is exacting such a terrible toll on Yemen's children are British, and the other half are American, roughly. The UK government should also work with the US to bring the warring parties to the table to bring about a durable peace. Meanwhile, the cuts in UK aid to Yemen must be reversed as a matter of urgency before famine claims tens of thousands more lives. Save the Children UK executive Kevin Watkins also called on the British government to help end the man-made famine in Yemen. If the UN's predictions are correct, the worst famine in decades could kill hundreds of thousands of children. That must not happen, Mr. Watkins said. Well, I appreciate his optimism. The UK must use its position at the UN Security Council to bring the warring parties around the negotiating table, secure an immediate ceasefire, and urgently reverse its decision to cut life-saving aid to vulnerable children who need our help. So they already made the decision to cut the aid, and they're trying to get them to reverse it. Between this, Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, the Middle East was really fucked up by imperialism in the last 2 decades. I think the accumulated deaths might be in the millions, if not in the tens of millions territory. I mean, it's hard to even count let's not keep looking at that picture. It's hard to even count numbers like that. yeah, the whole thing's a mess. It's going to take, even if everything was fixed tomorrow, it would take decades to try to repair. I mean, it'd probably take a century to repair the damage that's been done at this point. It's awful. It's awful. Brazil posts record single-day toll of 3,251 virus deaths. And we just had a coronavirus story a little earlier. Okay. It doesn't say where this... Oh, here we go. Military policemen receive with full honors the arrival of the coffin that contains the remains of Sergeant Jorge Luis Pereira de Silva, 54, who died from COVID-19 at the Campo de Esperança cemetery in Brasilia, Brazil, Tuesday. March 23rd, 2021. The nation had an average of 2,235 deaths a day last week, the highest since the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah, I'm not going to read all of these, but I'm just going to scroll through some pictures. All right. That's a fucking hell of a picture. Freshly dug graves at the are exposed at the Campo de Esperança cemetery in Brasilia, Brazil, Tuesday. The nation had an average of 2,235 deaths a day last week, the highest since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. That was disinfecting an ambulance that's getting more people on stretchers. Yeah, this is... Things are bad. See if I can get the text a little bigger. Rio de Janeiro, via Associated Press. Brazil reported more than 3,000 COVID-19 deaths in a single day for the first time Tuesday, amid calls for the government and the new health minister to take action to stem the nation's resurgence of coronavirus infections. In recent weeks, Latin America's largest country has become the pandemic's global epicenter, with more deaths from the virus each day than from any other nation. Tuesday's record toll of 3,251 deaths was driven by the state of Sao Paulo, Brazil's most populous, which recorded 1,021 new deaths, far above the previous high of 713 last July. The pandemic has brought the health systems of Brazilian states to near collapse, with hospitals watching their ICU beds fill up and the stocks of oxygen required for assisted breathing dwindle. Most of the states in recent days adopted measures to restrict activity over the fierce resistance of Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro. In a 4-minute presidential address on TV and radio, Bolsonaro did not comment on the new record and said Brazilians will very soon return to normal life. We will make 2021 the year of the vaccination of Brazilians, Bolsonaro said, as pot-banging protest against his government erupted in major cities. That is the mission and we will accomplish it. Bolsonaro has consistently downplayed the severity of the pandemic, insisting the economy must be kept humming to prevent worse hardship. And he has criticized health measures imposed by local leaders. On Friday, he appeared to the Supreme Court to invalidate curfews enacted by 2 states and Brazil's federal district, though the top court previously ruled that governors and mayors have the power to adopt such restrictions. I just twisting the knife, man. Public health experts and economists have said Bolsonaro is presenting a false choice between preserving health and economic well-being. On Tuesday, cardiologist Marcelo Queiroga was sworn in as health minister, becoming the 4th person to occupy the post since the beginning of the health crisis. He replaced active duty Army General Eduardo Pazuello. I don't know how Portuguese pronounces some of those letters. Quiroga's swearing in was delayed a week while he divested holdings in companies in the health sector, and the government sought to find a suitable position for Pazuello, Brazilian media reported. Carlos Lula, chairman of the National Council of State Health Secretaries, said in a statement that the coronavirus crisis has been worsened by delays in acquiring vaccines and a lack of communication on the importance of preventive measures. He called on the new minister to collaborate with the state and municipal governments. More than ever, the population needs national coordination to face COVID-19, with precise actions based in science that guarantee prevention of new infections, facilitate the timely diagnosis of sick people, and provide assistance for all Brazilians, Lula said in the statement. 7 of Brazil's 26 states have reported problems ensuring sufficient oxygen supply, the health ministry told the Associated Press on Tuesday. The agency said it plans to dispatch hundreds of oxygen cylinders and install oxygen plants. Hundreds of Brazilian economists, including former finance ministers and central bank presidents, urged the Brazilian government in an open letter published Monday to speed up vaccination and adopt tougher restrictions to stop the spread of the coronavirus, including possible lockdowns. Unless a mutation happens in the U.S., Brazil is going to end up being number 1 in deaths. Yeah, I guess that's... seems like it. Is corona over in the U.S.? No. A lot of people are still getting it. It's not as bad because of the vaccines, but it's still there. It's still happening. This recession, as well as its harmful social consequences, was caused by the pandemic and will not be overcome until the pandemic is controlled through competent action from the federal government, the letter read. The controversy surrounding economic impacts of social distancing reflects the false dilemma of saving lives versus guaranteeing the sustenance of a vulnerable population, it added. Brazil's total death toll is closing on 300,000, the world's second highest behind that of the United States, according to the tally maintained by Johns Hopkins University. So they're 2 in deaths total, but they're number 1 in the deaths per day. Probably more because the U.S. lowered its daily coronavirus deaths. And that's the end of that article. The Brazilian variant is increasing in the U.S., the same variant that has some resistance to the vaccine, so it's far from over. Yeah, I think there were a couple of vaccine resistant variants that were appearing in the U.S., so that's going to be a good time. All right. Next article. And we're about halfway through, it looks like. Democrat adds pressure to Biden to review Venezuela sanction. Joshua Goodman from Associated Press. All right, picture. Let me see if does that increase. That does not give me better text. All right, maybe if I zoom back out. There we go. In this March 3rd, 2021 file photo, youths who cull through trash for items to resell right on the back of a garbage truck entering the Pavia landfill in the outskirts of Barquisimeto, Venezuela. A U.S. senator urged the Biden administration on Tuesday, March 23, 2021, to lift a ban of diesel fuel swaps with Venezuela, adding to pressure from some Democrats and aid workers who argue sanctions are worsening in the South American country's dire humanitarian crisis. All right, Miami AP. A U.S. senator urged the Biden administration Tuesday to lift a ban on diesel fuel swaps with Venezuela, adding to pressure from some Democrats and aid workers who argue sanctions are worsening in the South American country's dire humanitarian crisis. The Trump administration in November barred non-U.S. companies from sending diesel to Venezuela in exchange for the country's crude oil. Previously, such swaps had been exempted from U.S. sanctions aimed at ousting the president, Nicolas Maduro, because of the critical role diesel plays in public transport and helping farmers move food supplies to market in diesel-powered trucks. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, very different state from Kentucky. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, a Democratic member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, sent a letter to Secretary of State Antony Blinken calling for the U.S. to end what he called the misguided policy. He said that immediately restoring the diesel swaps would provide life-saving relief for millions of Venezuelans, as current diesel reserves are expected to run critically low by April. So it's on a timetable, too. The ban has created no real political leverage with Maduro, who was able to maneuver around the unilateral sanctions and instead threatens to severely worsen the already dire humanitarian situation in the country, Murphy wrote in a letter, a copy of which was provided to the Associated Press. So, like sanctions usually, right? Murphy's request comes as the Biden administration reviews U.S. policy toward Venezuela with the goal of building a multilateral front against Maduro and ensuring humanitarian aid gets to Venezuelans in need. It would also seem to reinforce tentative steps by Maduro and the U.S.-backed opposition to work together to jointly address Venezuela's crisis, beginning with a deal to import badly needed coronavirus vaccines. Oh, shit. It's an approach favored by many in the Democratic Party, as well as aid workers in Venezuela, Wall Street bondholders, and foreign oil companies that are seeking a recalibration of U.S. sanction policy. Last fall, a group of 115 organizations and individuals in the U.S. and Venezuela wrote then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, warning of devastating consequences for regular Venezuelans as a result of the diesel ban. Spain's Repsol SA and Italy's NESPA, both of which carried out swaps with Venezuela's state-owned oil company, have also recently lobbied members of Congress on Venezuelan sanctions, lobbying disclosure forms show. So it's not even just causing problems for Venezuela now. It's causing problems for other countries too. Imagine that the breakdown of international trade would cause problems with more than one country. What does the word international mean? Neither the Biden administration nor opposition leader Juan Guaido, who the U.S. recognizes as Venezuela's rightful leader, have said whether they support lifting the diesel ban. U.S. officials have insisted that current sanctions allow for the delivery of humanitarian goods, though many observers say there is a risk of overcompliance by companies and organizations fearful of doing business with Maduro's government. Okay, well, not only is there a chilling effect, but like the humanitarian goods are like half the time they're smuggling rifles with the food or whatever they're bringing. All right. Guaido and his, also, if there's a problem with a humanitarian crisis, maybe instead of just sending aid, you could, stop what you're doing that's causing the crisis. Just a thought. Guaido and his allies blamed Maduro's mismanagement of the oil-based economy for the fuel shortages, pointing out that that makes sense. Pointing out that his government, despite mounting hunger, continues to ship thousands of barrels of diesel daily to leftist ally Cuba. Gotta love the AP. They try to portray this as a humanitarian situation, but they're stockpiling the diesel for the army and giving it to Cuba while the people suffer. What are they going to feed diesel to the people? Is that what? Juan Gonzalez, the National Security Council's senior director for the Western Hemisphere, said in an interview this month with Miami-based Spanish-language broadcaster EVTV, "We understand very well what's happening." About 4% of total diesel supplies in Venezuela were shipped to Cuba since January 2020, all of it domestically produced and of a poorer quality than the imported fuel, according to consultancy Gas Energy Latin America. Murphy has emerged as a Democrat more willing to question the effectiveness of sanctions than close Biden ally Senator Bob Menendez, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Feliciano Reina, head of the Caracas-based aid group Acción Solidaria, which focuses on HIV/AIDS treatment and medical relief activities, said lifting the ban would hopefully unfreeze relations between the Maduro government and the opposition. That's very likely. In recent days, the two sides overcame a months-long impasse to reach an agreement to purchase 12 million coronavirus vaccines through the World Health Organization. As part of the deal, the opposition will ask the Biden administration to release up to $30 million in funds frozen by sanctions in U.S. bank accounts to pay for the vaccines. In turn, Maduro must commit to distributing the vaccines without any political interference. What qualifies as political interference? Reina said he hopes that lifting the diesel ban would eventually lead Maduro to yield on another key demand of aid groups, that the Rome-based World Food Program be allowed to operate in Venezuela. See, they're finding ways to get their fingers in the operation. This would be a very strong sign from Biden that he's thinking first of the Venezuelan people, said Reina, who testified about the fuel swaps this month before the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Man, if you want to stop people from starving, stop sanctioning the country. Like, that's why they're starving. Of course, then the argument there is like, well, we wouldn't be sanctioning you if you weren't a commie. All right, here's one from Politico. All right, see you, Clash. Thanks for popping in. Politico. DHS looking at tracking travel of domestic extremists. All right. Law enforcement sources say that Homeland Security is investigating monitoring movements of U.S. extremists and white supremacists. U.S. extremists and white supremacists, because those are two different things. White supremacists aren't extremists, I guess. Or maybe they're just like a special type of extremist. But notice how it's not just the white supremacists. There's a whole other group of extremists, or many groups maybe. That's an umbrella. Previous efforts by the Department of Homeland Security to combat domestic terror have generated volcanic political opposition. You don't say. Betsy Woodruff Swan from Politico. This will be a fun read. The Department of Homeland Security is considering monitoring the travel of domestic extremists and expanding its use of the no-fly list, law enforcement sources told Politico. The discussions are part of the Biden administration's strategy of treating domestic terror as a national security threat and not just a law enforcement problem. They're also part of broader conversations in government about how to use tools developed for the global war on terror to combat domestic extremism. And if past is prologue, the approach could prove politically contentious. We're bringing imperialism home. The boomerang's here. Great. The department could begin analyzing the travel patterns of suspected domestic extremists. They'll analyze the travel patterns if they suspect you. Monitor flights they book on short notice and search their luggage for weapons, a senior law enforcement told Politico. There have also been discussions about putting suspected domestic violent extremists, a category that includes white supremacists, on the FBI's no-fly list, the official said. When suspected extremists travel internationally, officials may be more likely to question them before they pass through customs and to search their phones and laptops. A second law enforcement official told Politico that conversations about monitoring domestic extremists' travel. They got to come up with a new term for this. Domestic extremists is very clumsy. That's a project for another time. A second law enforcement official told Politico that conversations about monitoring domestic extremists' travel have involved multiple federal agencies at the interagency level, including the FBI. So they're all just working together. All them alphabet soup agencies are working together. Oh boy. I wonder, did anybody see this coming? Did anybody predict this? This is just surprising, isn't it? Who could have thought? Who would have thought? Domestic violent this is the new like radical Islamic terror. It's like the scare word they're throwing out there. Domestic violent extremism poses the most lethal, persistent terrorism-related threat to our homeland today, a DHS spokesperson said in response to a request for comment. DHS is committed to improving security and is reviewing options for enhancing screening and vetting protocols and travel pattern analyses consistent with privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. The FBI declined to comment. Officials at DHS are interested in international travel connected to the kind of ideologically motivated terrorism that inspired the Capitol insurrection, the official added, and may increase its focus. Do they mean they're going to focus more on that, or that they're going to broaden the focus? How do you increase? What does it mean to increase a focus? An unclassified U.S. intelligence assessment released earlier this month highlighted the intelligence community's interest in domestic extremists' international travel. This is pretty grim. Previous DHS efforts to combat domestic terror have generated volcanic political opposition. Early in the Obama administration, DHS intelligence analyst Daryl Johnson wrote a paper warning about the growing far-right threat. Congressional Republicans were incensed, and Obama's then Homeland Security chief withdrew the report. That episode had a chilling effect at DHS, signaling that analysts scrutinized the threat at their own peril. Oh no, we can't have a chilling effect against like the security state. That's threatening the freedom of speech of our intelligence community to talk about the need to spy on people. God, just the brazenness. Top DHS leaders now want to reverse that dynamic. In his confirmation hearing, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas called domestic terror one of the greatest threats that we face currently on our homeland. The discussions, which are not final, are part of DHS's efforts to dramatically increase its work to prevent domestic terror. On January 7th, Representative Benny Thompson, Democrat from Mississippi, the chair of the House Committee on Homeland Security, called the Transportation Security Administration, TSA, and the FBI to use the no-fly list to keep suspected perpetrators of the January 6th attack from boarding planes. Yeah, I agree, former Hasbot. I want burgers to stop bringing up the social credit thing. Yeah, like, this is happening and you're talking about, oh no, China's got social credit. Yeah, it's... 0% self-awareness. The week after January 6th, the top FBI official said that the Bureau was actively looking at adding the names of Capitol attackers to the no-fly list. And the week before Inauguration Day, the head of the TSA said the agency was working to ensure those who may pose a threat to our aviation sector undergo enhanced screening or are prevented from boarding an aircraft. His statement did not mention the no-fly list. So, like, love that statement. Let's see. Where is it? Those who may pose a threat to our aviation sector. How do you determine that? How do you determine that? Such a vague statement or descriptor. According to the officials who spoke to Politico, conversations about domestic extremism and the no-fly list aren't just limited to people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. The threat from domestic terrorists has grown in recent years, and per the Center for Strategic and International Studies, white supremacists were responsible for 2/3 of all terror plots and attacks in 2020. But the Trump White House largely downplayed the threat from white supremacists as the president instead tweeted ceaselessly about Antifa. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading a Politico article. Antifa. The Trump National Counterterrorism Strategy, a 2018 document, only mentioned the threat in 2 brief paragraphs, and DHS officials who tried to combat the problem under Trump told Politico last year that a barrage of crises within the administration hampered their ability to get much done. Well, that applies to everybody in the administration, it looks like. Elizabeth Neumann, who worked on domestic terror prevention in DHS under Trump, previously told Politico that National Security Council staff tried to work on the issue in an organized way, but without much progress. When you have chaos all around you, it's really hard to do process stuff, she said. That almost sounds like a Trump quote. Instead, the Trump administration stressed its concerns about far-left agitators. Yeah, see, there you go. That's coming up again right here in the same article. Trump tweeted that he planned of course, they already mentioned Antifa. Trump tweeted he planned to designate Antifa a terrorist group, a move that would have been legally impossible. And a state law enforcement official told Politico that in the final months of the Trump administration, the DHS intelligence products overemphasized the threat from the left while underemphasizing the threat from the right. I guess that's fair enough. On January 6th, far-right domestic extremists ransacked the Capitol building, a catastrophe that better intelligence could have prevented. You know what could have prevented that was the cops not opening the barricades. If you wanted to prevent that group of people from getting into the Capitol building, don't let them in. There's your solution. Federal law enforcement officials are now trying to figure out how to prevent future attacks and discussing how to scrutinize domestic extremist travel in a more organized way and deliberate way. DHS was founded in the wake of 9/11 as part of efforts to prevent future terrorist attacks. Its components, including the TSA and Customs and Border Protection (CBP), specialize in aviation security and already have broad access to Americans' travel information. Just, in case you forgot. In case you forgot that it's already a surveillance state. One challenge that DHS and FBI officials are weighing is how to distinguish between people traveling to exercise their constitutional rights by attending a protest, for instance, and those traveling to commit crimes. Those same challenges materialize in the efforts by national security officials to prevent foreign terrorism. Yeah. And how did that go? What percentage of the people who get killed in drone strikes are the target? Well, oh no, we don't want a chilling effect about people talking about this. We don't want that. Gotta have free speech for the intelligence community. Ugh. Some of those efforts are deeply controversial. The American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, and other civil rights groups have long lambasted the Fed's use of the secretive no-fly list. Americans on the list don't have the right to know why exactly they're on it. It's like habeas. They're not being kept, so it's not habeas corpus. Or that's the one, right? Yeah. And it can be difficult or impossible to get removed once they're on there. The ACLU has called it an indefinite Kafkaesque nightmare. That sounds about right. Groups advocating for American Muslims have participated in multiple lawsuits to remove people's names from the list. They scored an incremental with related they scored an incremental win related to travel restrictions at the Supreme Court last December. The justices voted unanimously to let 3 Muslim men to sue FBI agents who promised to help get them off the no-fly list if they aided bureau surveillance of other Muslims. That case, Tanzin versus Tanvir, is ongoing. I'm going to read that again. They scored an incremental win related to travel restriction at the Supreme Court last December. The justices voted unanimously to let 3 Muslim men sue FBI agents who promised to help get them off the no-fly list if they aided bureau surveillance of other Muslims. The case, Tanzin versus Tanvir, is ongoing. And not surveillance of like other radical groups, other Muslims, just Muslims. Federal efforts to stop terrorists from traveling have even ensnared lawmakers. The late Senator Ted Kennedy famously said he was stopped and interrogated multiple times at airports, and the late civil rights icon Representative John Lewis said he was held up more than 35 times in 1 year, per CNN. Details of the FBI list are scant. In 2016, Senator Dianne Feinstein, D. California, said fewer than 1,000 U.S. persons are on it. I mean, that sounds a little shaky. If the DHS and FBI talks reach fruition, that number could grow. Oh man. Eesh. This is some foreboding stuff. Let's see, what's chat say? Oh, it sounds like they're talking about Russia and Turkey. All right.
Throw Ayn Rand in the toilet and flush.
Thank you for the follow, SciTube enjoyer.
Just take Atlas Shrugged, it's a big book, shred it first, put it in your toilet and flush, right?
Huh. So apparently, so far, every time it's been that one. I wonder what the deal is. Anyway. Where was I? Yeah, so that's the end of this article. Yeah. All right. Oh, here's an even. You want to talk about like being in a cyberpunk dystopia? Oh boy. Oh boy. Amazon delivery drivers forced to sign biometric consent form or lose job. So for those people who are saying like, do we live in a cyberpunk dystopia? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. It just doesn't have any of the fun aesthetics, you know, none of the neon lights and stuff. But here we are. Here we are. This is today. The article or something? Yeah, the article is pretty grim. Hey, Screeny Anon. Hey, Percy Anarchy. What's up? Yeah, so this is dark. The new cameras, which are being implemented nationwide, use artificial intelligence to access drivers' location, movement, and biometric data. Thank you. I wasn't sure how much to protect my identity. I'm going to take the mask off at some point, but maybe not today. I don't know. People like to do those face reveal things, don't they? So maybe I'll do it when I get to a certain level. But anyway, let's talk about how awful Amazon is. You thought that things were going to get better when Jeff Bezos stopped being the CEO. Oh boy. Amazon delivery drivers nationwide have to sign a biometric consent form this week that grants the tech behemoth permission to use AI-powered cameras to access drivers' location, movement, and biometric data. If the company's delivery drivers, who number around 75,000 in the United States, refuse to sign these forms, they lose their jobs. The form requires drivers to agree to facial recognition and other biometric data collection within the trucks they drive. Oh, the glowy will find me anyway. Don't worry about that. Amazon may use certain technology that processes biometric information, including onboard safety camera technology, which collects your photograph for the purposes of confirming your identity and connecting you to your driver account, the form reads. Using your photograph, this technology may create biometric information and collect, store, and use biometric information from such photographs. It adds that this technology tracks vehicles' location and movement, including miles driven, speed, acceleration, braking, turns, and following distance. As a condition of delivery packages for Amazon, you consent to the use of this technology. So the deal here is basically they're trying to optimize logistics, so they're going to gather a ton of data on how you drive and try to find the best drivers and incentivize people to drive better, which is going to probably mean more recklessly. Like, you know, you may not be aware of this, but I believe that truckers have regulations in place that there's like limits to how fast they can drive and things like that. But I don't think that Amazon has the same limits because they're not driving trucks. They're driving these vans, these happy, smiley vans. All right, where was I? Yeah. In February, Amazon announced plans to install the AI-powered four-lens cameras made by the tech company Netrodyne in all of its Amazon-branded delivery vans. The company says cameras are being used to improve safety and the quality of the delivery experience. What? The quality of the delivery experience. What? The gall of these people. We're looking out for the experience of our driver. Ugh. But as Thomson Reuters reported earlier this month, some drivers are quitting their jobs because of privacy concerns. As Netrodyne cameras are able to sense when a driver yawns, appears distracted, or isn't wearing a seatbelt, according to a product description, and monitor drivers' body and facial movements. And here's the actual agreement, I think. Here we go. Vehicle technology and biometric consent. At Amazon, we are continuously evaluating technologies that make it easier for drivers, referred to in this consent as delivery associates, to deliver packages safely and securely, as well as to improve the quality of the delivery experience for delivery associates and customers. Vehicles you operate while making deliveries may come equipped with technologies such as telematics devices that collect GPS and navigation related information, cameras with video and photography capabilities, and sensors. The technology. God, that's... the technology is just what they're calling it. Oof. The vehicles are video monitored by cameras that are both internal and external and that operate while the ignition is on and for up to 20 minutes after the ignition is turned off. With certain technology, you may have the ability to deactivate a camera more quickly after the ignition is turned off and could do so by following the instructions available from your employer. The technology also tracks vehicle location and movement, including miles driven, speed, acceleration, braking, turns, and following distance. This technology allows Amazon, its affiliates, technology providers, and contractors, and your employer to gather information that helps Amazon and your employer improve the safety and quality of the delivery experience and to protect delivery associates, including to alert them when driving distractions are presented. Ugh. You can find additional information regarding the collection, use, storage, and retention of the information collected by the technology in the privacy policy for vehicle camera technology, which you can always access by copying and pasting the following link into your preferred browser. Why couldn't you just click the link? Or by requesting a copy from your employer. Amazon may also use certain technology that processes biometric information, including onboard safety camera technology, which collects your photograph for the purpose of confirming your identity and connecting you to the driver account. Using your photograph. So this sounds like they're just repeating stuff they already quoted. Amazon generally retains the user's biometric information only for as long as it takes to complete the verification of your identity and associating the technology to your driver account, but may retain biometric information for up to 30 days after it's generated. So they're telling you that they'll keep it for a month. That's what they'll tell you. As a condition of delivering Amazon packages, you consent to the use of the technology and collection of data and information from the technology by Amazon, its affiliates, technology providers and contractors, and your employer as described here. Which, by the way, they've mentioned here that your employer is different from Amazon. These people aren't even actual Amazon employees. Which you can always access by copying and pasting the following link into your preferred browser, including pursuant to the biometric information retention policy, which can be found here. If that link does not open, copy and paste the following link into... Yeah, I agree and accept to the above. Continue. Technically, here we go. Yeah, technically, these drivers aren't even employed by Amazon, but by roughly 800 companies known as delivery service partners that operate out of Amazon delivery stations. Still, Amazon controls many aspects of its drivers' working conditions, from their training to their uniforms to their delivery quotas. So here's like a whole thing for labor, right? You're technically not employed by Amazon. You're employed by this contractor. So if you agitate for better working conditions, better pay, whatever, you might end up getting them kicked out by Amazon because you're not actually dealing with Amazon directly. There's this other business that's an intermediary between you. So that's like providing a little bit more protection for that fortune that Amazon has. Very interesting how there was so much fear-mongering about China having this sort of info as a result of giving COVID treatments, but nothing said about Amazon doing it. Yeah. When us guys do it is good. When they do it is bad. That's the way that it is. That's as far as people think about it most of the time. Still, Amazon controls many of these working conditions, from their training to the uniforms. Their uniforms. Delivery drivers that people barely see wear uniforms. Controlled by Amazon. And of course, they have delivery quotas. Yeah. I had one driver who refused to sign, the owner of an Amazon delivery company in the Pacific Northwest told Motherboard. Motherboard granted the business owner anonymity because they feared retaliation from Amazon. Yeah. It's a heartbreaking conversation when someone tells you that you're their favorite person they have ever worked for, but Amazon just micromanages them too much. Still being so subservient to your employer, even as you do the kind of base thing and quit over this nonsense. Oh man, the U.S. needs a lot of work. The policy has already received scrutiny from Congress. Last month, 5 senators raised concerns about drivers' privacy in a letter to Amazon. Amazon didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, but told Reuters investing in safety across our operations and recently started rolling out industry-leading camera-based safety technology across our delivery fleet. This technology will provide drivers real-time alerts to help them stay safe when they are on the road. This is a hell of a way to spin this. We're not doing this to keep track of you. We're doing this to keep track of other things for you. We're keeping track of road conditions by putting 4 lenses on a camera in your face. Oh, hey, base news anon cues up a good story right after the bad one. There we go. Problem meets solution. From the Wall Street Journal. Amazon faces growing worker pressure in shadow of Alabama union vote. Employees organize in U.S. and Europe a sign that the e-commerce giants' labor battles will continue. And this guy's holding a different kind of sign. The union's on your side. Yep, getting people to vote for unionization. A union representative held a sign outside of the Amazon facility in Bessemer, Alabama on February 9th. Photo J. Reeves Associated Press. And this is from Wall Street Journal. Alert, you need to deliver 4 more packages in order to unlock your seatbelt and take a piss. Yeah, they really do that though. Like that's, you say that as a joke, but inside of, not the factories, the warehouses, the fulfillment centers, what they do is they have like the bracelet that they use to monitor you, your biometrics and your location. And if you like go off task or whatever, you get penalized. Like if you go take a bathroom break, you get penalized and you're at risk of being fired. So like, I don't think they even, like, it's actually worse. Like, I don't think that they allow you to take breaks at all. I don't think you can like earn them. They just have a quota that you got to meet. And that's, I'm not even gonna get into the whole heat stroke thing, where instead of putting in air conditioning, they station ambulances outside of the warehouses for when people collapse from heat stroke. Like, it's so ridiculous. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then of course there's the wage cage. That's a whole thing. Oh no, let's stay on the article. Amazon is like a oh man, it's crazy. It's unbelievable sometimes. Amazon.com Inc. warehouse workers in Alabama are voting whether to unionize this month. Whatever the result, the e-commerce giant faces pressure from staff worldwide to make changes to working conditions. So far, these actions stop short of a formal unionization push, but they involve hundreds of employees and show how work conditions at Amazon warehouses are increasingly in the spotlight. President Biden and other high-profile figures have weighed in on the Bessemer, Alabama vote among warehouse employees. Thousands of votes have already been submitted in their mail-in election, which concludes March 29th. So 5 days. We'll get more updates on this soon, I guess. Yeah, that's right. And then you got to pay for the ambulance. Yeah, you can go bankrupt from having an ambulance ride in the United States. Let me actually, this might appear in the chat before people hear me say it, but I'm going to put it in there. You'll get it when you hear me. Oh man. None of Amazon's 800,000 U.S. employees are unionized. I'm going to read that again. None. 0 of Amazon's 800,000 U.S. employees are unionized. Although I'm not sure that's entirely true. You might have some people who are secretly in like the IWW or something, but you don't know. A vote to form a union in Alabama would give workers more power to negotiate with the company on matters such as pay and benefits. Elsewhere, hourly Amazon workers are gathering petition signatures, discussing potential strikes, and consulting with unions about possible demands. The groups are seeking to alter company policies on the rate at which they must prepare packages, break time and shift schedules, all factors that can make Amazon a physically demanding place to work, workers say, and key issues amid Amazon's expansion and aim to speed up delivery times. I guess you got to start somewhere. Not big asks, those really. God, what was it? This was a while back, but there was a figure that if Jeff Bezos, if Amazon at the time, it paid a bonus for coronavirus. of $100,000 to each of their U.S. employees. The company, or no, not, it was Jeff Bezos. He would have as much money as he had before the pandemic started. To give you a sense of the value of the labor that these Amazon workers are like, it's insane. It's incredible. Like the amount of ass that they have to haul, the amount of stuff that they pack and ship is ridiculous. Jeff Bezos is, well, Amazon is pushing the limits of human capabilities to pack boxes. It would be a victory for us, and it would bring momentum for others. Jennifer Bates, a worker organizer in Bessemer, said in an interview, it would be a fire starter. An Amazon spokeswoman said the company already offers what unions are requesting for employees: industry-leading pay, comprehensive benefits, and opportunities for career growth. Yeah, you're going to be like the regional manager in a few years after you've been packing boxes in a fulfillment center. I like this picture. I like the vest aesthetic. Yeah. And that's the one nice thing about coronavirus, I guess, is that it's normalized people wearing masks, hiding their identity. Screeny, I'm not Newsanon. I'm just reading. Newsanon is a totally different person. You should ask them in the thread. Yeah. Here's the thread. I'll copy and paste. There you go. Here is a rally in Los Angeles on Sunday supported Alabama Amazon workers' efforts to unionize. Photo Frederick J. Brown, Agents France Press, Getty Images. Oh, this is a longer article. Employee activism appears to be on the rise at several large tech companies. Organized actions among technology employees in the U.S. almost tripled from 2018 to 2019 to more than 100. Almost tripled. According to public policy consultant Access Partnership Limited, the activity continued into 2020 and, in Amazon's case, grew as the pandemic drew attention to the working conditions of essential employees. See, that's just the conditions are right. The conditions are right, and people are seeing what's up. They're getting it. So there you go. Yeah. A group of Google employees formed a union in January to speak out about the company without facing career repercussions, members said. Some employees at Twitter Inc. the same month collectively pushed for the social media platform to suspend the account of former President Donald Trump. That's the real struggle. That's the real struggle of the people, is to ban Trump from Twitter. I can sympathize. I can sympathize with Haas's view about Google unionizing, and this kind of stuff. Not too helpful. Thing noticer. I think that it boosts the numbers if you watch it in the chat on SciTube as well. I'm pretty sure that it boosts. I'm pretty sure it counts as a viewer. Actually, let me check the Twitch. It should show me. I should be able to see who. Yeah, it'll show me who's in chat. No, maybe not. Maybe there are people on Twitch who are watching separately. I don't know. It's good either way. Start plotting the views a la K-pop fans. No, I'm not going to do that. Past a certain point, it doesn't actually help to have more views, really. I mean, I'm already qualified for affiliate status, which I'm not going to get because it comes with restrictions. And to get like partner status, you need like 50 average viewers. So I'll worry about that some other time. Anyway. To speak out about Oh yeah, right. While at Uber Technologies Inc., many drivers throughout the country have long sought employee status and benefits. Well, too bad about that, I guess. Ugh. Amazon, unlike many other big tech firms, employs hundreds of thousands of hourly workers whose day-to-day jobs differ significantly from those of its white-collar engineers, finance, and logistics professionals. The company, which made $386.1 billion in sales last year and saw its share price rise about 76%, hired more than 500,000 workers throughout the year to meet growing demand due to the pandemic. Somebody's making lots of money. Amid that growth, Amazon employees have pushed for improved working conditions during the pandemic, and some held walkouts in cities such as New York and Detroit. Amazon moved quickly to improve conditions and reduce worker absences that made on-time deliveries of essential goods more difficult. The company beefed up supplies of protective equipment and cleaning at facilities and tested employees for COVID-19. It also temporarily raised pay and implemented social distancing measures in warehouses. Amazon disclosed late last year more than 19,000 of its workers had tested positive for the coronavirus. 19,000. Oh, Screeny, if you want to post an emote, you can. There's a button for it. You can look at all the options. And if you want to type it in, you can. Oh, I guess you can't do it on a phone. It does sound comfy, though. 19,000 Amazon workers tested positive for coronavirus. The company also granted vacation pay to all part-time workers, something warehouse employees across the country, including Chicago, had been asking for since 2019. So I guess they got something. They got something, you know. It's not nothing, but they could get much more. Google Union had some problematic shit. One of the little things was that they were against the censored Google search engine because China equals bad. Well, I mean, that's a whole other topic. I'm not going to get into that right now. The college kids, what do you expect? Yeah. Also, I bet they got to be spooky as shit to get in that union. Yeah, probably. There probably is a problem with like those unions being, you know, infiltrated and stuff. You think Zoomers will be jingoists? No. Once Zoomers actually hit the real world and realize that, oh, I'm not going to have health insurance anymore. Oh, I've got to like work 3 jobs to pay rent. They're not going to. They're going to swerve to the left, a lot of them at least. But yeah, right now it sucks because so many of them are still kiddies. All right, and here's just a picture of a warehouse. It's not really enlightening. Previously, outside pressure has also led Amazon to change its policies. The company in 2018 raised its minimum wage to $15 an hour after criticism from political figures over its hourly pay. So, see, you can actually get stuff if you pressure for it. What do you know? Workers will continue to make demands of Amazon, said Rebecca Given, a labor professor at Rutgers University. A labor professor? Some will be union organizing drives and some will take other forms. Alongside the Alabama vote, formal efforts to organize are gathering steam. In Europe, where union representation is more common, Amazon warehouse and delivery employees held a strike in Italy Monday to protest working conditions. In Iowa, roughly... I guess it's just another example, but like Italy, Iowa... Roughly 400 to 500 current and former Amazon workers connected to 2 of the company's warehouses there have been in contact with representatives from the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Union, according to Randy Corrigan, director of Amazon at the Teamsters. They're getting it. They're fucking getting it. Since the start of the pandemic, workers have been in more frequent contact with the union and have sought guidance about ways to organize, including with strikes, according to union officials. Workers are evaluating a number of possible campaigns, seeking changes related to the pace of work and productivity expectations, union officials said. Amazon warehouse employees typically have to fulfill hundreds of items per working hour while being closely monitored by the company. It's those little wrist monitors, you know. Workers organizing in a general sense can take many forms in Gold, the Teamsters director of strategic research and campaign said. Outside Chicago, a group of warehouse employees at a delivery center southwest of the city began a petition after Amazon told employees that in January that it was closing the facility. Workers were told they could choose jobs at other facilities in the area, but the only roles available were 10-hour overnight shifts known as mega cycle. 10-hour overnight shifts known as mega cycle. According to Ted Main, a worker organizer with a group which calls itself Amazonians United Chicagoland. The petition, which seeks accommodations for workers who can only work part of the shift, such as caretakers, has had hundreds of worker signatures, Mr. Means said. The group hasn't sought union representation because it has previously changed conditions at its workplace without third-party intervention, he added. Everything about us is 100% worker-led, Mr. Means said. The Amazon spokeswoman said that the company is giving the Chicago employees more than one shift option, and we are working with each associate directly on the option that best supports them. Oh, they just love that stuff, don't they? They just love that shit. We're looking to help you find the option that best supports you. God, dude. Oh. It's just so, it's like sickly sweet. Bessemer workers began organizing last summer, seeking to change policies at the facility related to breaks at Amazon's monitoring of workers, among other measures. Some workers have said they don't believe union representation would substantially improve their conditions. Others see a victory as something that could reach far beyond Alabama by motivating workers throughout the country to take action and more broadly alter Amazon's workplace policies. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. The Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, which would represent Amazon workers in Bessemer if they elect to unionize, had heard from more than 1,000 Amazon workers nationwide on organizing efforts and has begun conversations with them, according to union spokeswoman Chelsea Connor. The Alabama union vote has drawn interest almost akin to a high-profile political race, with numerous politicians and celebrities weighing in. Last month, Mr. Biden called the election a vitally important choice in a video posted to the White House's YouTube account. And Republican Senator Marco Rubio of Florida had also publicly expressed support for the workers. Well, it's just being cynical. Let's be honest. The vote has also attracted support from Democratic leaders such as Stacey Abrams, National Football League players, and actors Tina Fey and Danny Glover, who visited Bessemer in February. A Democratic congressional delegation this month met with workers and organizers associated with the union election. Amazon declined to respond to Mr. Biden's comments. A spokeswoman responded to Mr. Rubio's comments by pointing out the company's $15 starting wage and other benefits. A spokeswoman responded to Mr. Rubio's comments by pointing out the company's $15 starting wage and other benefits. Oh, man. Oh, has anyone seen the website Amazon has for reporting union strikes? Yeah, dude. That's some dark shit. That's crazy. Hard to believe that they're like that. Just like straight up, if you see something, say something. We don't want anybody unionizing around here. And then Walmart has anti-union videos too, where it's like, you don't want to have anything between you, the workers, and us, the business. We want to keep our relationship close and personal. It's so gross. It's so gross. Like, I guess some people must fall for it if they use it though, right? Ugh. Yeah, that's the end of that article. All right. Yeah, that's right, thing noticer. We're a family. That's the thing, isn't it? We're all one big family of 800,000 employees, generating massive surplus for a handful of shareholders. Or big shareholders, at least. Ugh. All right. Tlaib unveils bill to provide monthly payments to everyone in the U.S., funded by minting trillion-dollar coins. Trillion-dollar coins. Trillion-dollar coins. What? Not $1 trillion coins. Trillion-dollar coins. Okay. A one-time survival check isn't enough to get people through this crisis. By Jake Johnson, staff writer. Democratic Representatives Rashida Tlaib and Pramila Jayapal on Tuesday introduced legislation that would provide everyone in the U.S. with $2,000 monthly payments during the coronavirus crisis and $1,000 per month for a year after the emergency ends, in an effort to guarantee sustained relief for millions struggling to avoid food, rent, and other basic expenses amid the pandemic. In the last year of this global pandemic, we have seen corporations and CEOs reap the benefits and payouts and soaring profits, while everyday workers, low-income people, and families across the country have been left to scrape by without any recurring, aggressive, and inclusive financial assistance from our federal government. Said Tlaib. Folks need far more aid. Don't you just love when politicians call you folks? Folks need more aid, don't you know? God. That's definitely the way that she naturally talks. Yeah, those are meme coin symbols for the digital magic the Fed does to make money. Yeah, I know what it is. It's just insane. $1 trillion coins. Oof. Oh. I think I accidentally clicked on a link. There we go. No, close. What did I click on? Anyway, people don't only need relief, they need stability, certainty, and predictability, and the ABC Act delivers them exactly that. Representative Pramila Jayapal. The Automatic Boost to Communities ABC Act proposes financing the payments with an unconventional plan that would direct the Treasury Department to use its legal authority to mint as many $1 trillion platinum coins. I just can't take that seriously. A coin that's $1 trillion. Remember that time that Zimbabwe had ridiculous inflation? I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to that. As many $1 trillion platinum coins as necessary to fund the legislation, which would continue until a year after the public health emergency ends or the unemployment rate stabilizes at a low level. The idea of using the U.S. Mint to cover government costs rose to prominence in 2011 during a fight over the debt ceiling, and briefly emerged again once in 2013. As Matthew O'Brien explained in The Atlantic at the time, federal laws let the Treasury create coins in whatever value it wants, even $1 trillion. I just can't. I can't. I can't believe this. This is just like a clown country piece, okay? This isn't like a serious story. This is just how wacky is things going in the U.S. Tlaib's office presents the proposed financing mechanism as a way to assuage the fears of debt mongers concerned about the price tag of sending recurring payments to everyone in the U.S. Funding the bill by having Treasury mint $1 trillion coins would mean no additional debt, according to the Michigan Democrat, who has a website devoted to explaining the idea. Jayapal, the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, said in a statement Tuesday that this unprecedented movement demands an unprecedented response. People don't only need relief, they need stability, certainty, predictability, and the ABC Act delivers them exactly that, Jayapal continued. Our legislation acknowledges that a one-time survival check isn't enough to get people through the crisis. Instead, we send out recurring checks every month during the crisis and for a year after it ends. That is money in people's pockets and certainly in their lives. I mean, it's not bad to try to help people, but what is this? Why bother with the coin? What is the point? It's going to prevent debt. Okay, so like the debt of this currency issuer country is literally just the amount of value in the economy. It's just the amount of cash value the economy has, like not the value of the economy, but like the amount of like money that's in the economy. Like, what is how is the coin even gonna stop? Like, is somebody gonna buy the coin? What are they doing with the coin that's gonna prevent the debt from happening? It's just pay people, and if you're so concerned about debt, tax billionaires. Like, I hate that this is making me make like SOCDEM points. Give me a $10,000 a month for the. Oh man, $10,000 a month. Now that would be good. Wow, that would imagine how different things would be if people had that. All right. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, new Rep. Jayapal, and I have introduced the ABC Act. It will provide $2,000 payment to every person in America as critical relief for the COVID-19 crisis, followed by $1,000 recurring monthly payments through 1 year after the end of the crisis. So, like, yeah, so the Andrew Yang thing has kind of morphed and been recuperated into this, right? Like, people saw that and that was appealing to them, and now they all know that that's in public consciousness, which means that like we can kind of use that for something that sounds like it's going to be really helpful, but is ultimately not that big of a deal and probably won't pass anyway. Let's be real. Tlaib and Jayapal's bill comes as a one-time direct payments approved under the recently passed American Rescue Plan continue to land in people's bank accounts and arrive in the mail check form. Unlike ARP, which restricts eligibility for the payments based on income, the ABC Act calls for universal direct payments to ensure that no one in need of financial assistance is left behind. To guarantee that everyone will benefit, the ABC Act proposes the creation of an emergency responder corps that... What? An emergency responder corps to be deployed to vulnerable communities to ensure they have access to direct payments and other needed resources. I mean, like, yeah, making sure that the plan works is good, but you got to call it an emergency responder corps. What? What is this? I guess they're trying to sell it to like the Republicans or something. According to Tlaib's office, the payments would be distributed through direct deposit or debit cards issued by the Treasury Department. The ABC Act would provide the type of relief at the scale and consistency that people actually need. Maurice Mitchell, National Director of the Working Families Party, said in a statement, "This is a transformational piece of legislation and it has our full support." This article has been corrected to reflect that the bill would provide $2,000 per month during the coronavirus and $1,000 after. All right, that's the end of this one. Man, just give people the money. Just give them the money. What is this marketing nonsense? We gotta like, oh, we're gonna mint trillion dollar coins. Let me just, like, for reference, because every time this comes up, this is always like a thing. Okay. Let's look at how many $1 trillion is. All right. So that's one. Just to remind people. Need to be a little bigger. Okay, that's $1. That's $1,000. That's $1 million. That's $1 billion. That's $1 trillion. Right? This is how many coin. This is how much money those coin. Each coin would be this much. Each individual coin would be this much money. They're doing this clown nonsense instead of just paying people what they need to get by. And it's also, by the way, like, this is exactly the kind of like showy nonsense that's going to be used by the Republicans as like a rallying call of, look at these insane lefty Democrats who are trying to like send the country to dogs. Like, that's what they're going to be like, pointing at this and being like, look at how irresponsible. Like, do you think this is going to make it better? Like, no, of course they're going to do that anyway. But like, now you're giving them some dumb spectacle that they can point at and say like, oh, look at how irresponsible they are. Come on. This is like, you're just playing right into the hands, you know, trying to remove some doubt maybe that these people in Congress who are pretending to be like on the side of the people, maybe they're not actually on your side. Maybe it's just a pretense. When is China going to come knocking for those debt bonds they've been buying up? Yeah. Make it crypto. Call it Rose Coin. Yeah. I don't think we're quite at the level where they would do something like that yet. They're not ideologically open enough to being sock dems to identify. Like, I mean, it's still like socialism is still a dirty word in the U.S. It's just not as bad. It went socialism when Bernie Sanders like taught everybody that it's okay to say the word socialism. It went from being like a word as bad as like fuck to being a word as bad as like ass. Like, it's still a bad word. It's just not as bad. Anyway, what if the U.S. decides not to pay the Chinese bonds? Well, like, I mean, China doesn't want to go come calling on that stuff because, you know, they're so tied up in trade. They don't want to do anything to disrupt it. It's basically just like leverage, really. That's what it's useful for in international trade, is having the debt of a foreign country. It's you know, it's kind of like nukes. You don't really want to use it. You just want to use it for leverage. All right. Oh, yeah, here's the mass shooting. Family of Colorado victim, a void that won't be filled. Via Associated Press, Patty Nieberg, Thomas Paypert, and Colleen Slevin. Snow falls as investigators continue to collect evidence in the parking lot where a mass shooting took place at a King Soopers grocery store Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021, Boulder, Colorado. Boulder, Colorado. A relative and a friend of a grocery worker who died in the shooting that killed 10 people at a Colorado supermarket said Wednesday they're still trying to take in that she's gone forever, as authorities disclosed no new details about an anticipated months-long investigation. The grocery worker, Ricky Olds, 25, was slain inside the King Soopers Market Monday. Her uncle, Robert Olds, and co-worker, Carly Lowe, told reporters Ricky was an ebullient soul who wanted to be a nurse. Her backup plan was to work her way up to store manager. They said she made sure her fellow frontline workers were happy in their jobs, dancing if needed to lift their spirits. If you need to pick me up, you knew where to go, Lowe said. Ricky lived life on her own terms, said her uncle, Robert Olds, recalling surprises she came up with, like constantly changing hair color or the addition of a new tattoo. It's sad that she didn't get to experience motherhood. She didn't get to experience marriage. There's a hole in our family that won't be filled. Portraits of Ricky and others who were killed emerged as multiple law enforcement agencies continued what they say will be months-long investigation into why Ahmad al-Aliwi Alisa, 21, allegedly shot and killed 10 people at the King Soopers Market in Boulder. They revealed no new details Wednesday morning, but said a statement would be issued later in the day. Alisa from the Denver suburb of Arvada was booked into jail Tuesday on murder charges and was scheduled to make his first court appearance Thursday. He will be advised at the hearing of the charges he faces and his rights as a defendant. He would not be asked to enter a plea until later in the judicial process. No lawyer was listed as representing Alisa in our court records. Public defenders usually represent people who do not have a lawyer at their first court appearance, but the defender's office policy prohibits them from speaking to the media. Hundreds of Boulder residents have paid their respects to the victims of a growing makeshift memorial near the supermarket, adorned with wreaths, candles, banners reading "Boulder Strong," hashtag Boulder Strong, and 10 crosses with blue hearts and the victims' names. Those killed also included Boulder police officer Eric Talley, 51, who was the first officer to arrive on the scene of the shooting. Homer Talley, 74, described his son as a devoted father who knew the Lord. He had 7 children ages 7 to 20. The other dead were identified as Denny Strong, 20, Nevin Stanisik, 23, Ricky Olds, 25, Trelana Bartkowiak, 49, Susan Fountain, 59, Terry Laker, 51, Kevin Mahoney, 61, Lynn Murray, 62, and Jody Waters, 65. Laker, Olds, and Strong, and Stong. Denny Stong, 20, not Strong. Laker, Olds, and Stong worked at the supermarket. Former co-worker Jordan Salas said. Kim Cordova, president of the United Food and Commercial Workers Local 7, which represents more than 30 store employees, said workers did their best to get customers to safety. They grabbed everybody they could, and they brought them to the back room or to other areas of the store to hide, or got them out through the back dock. Cordova said, and these poor grocery workers have just been through hell in general, working through COVID this entire last year of the pandemic. Monday's attack was the 7th mass killing this year in the U.S., following the March 16th shooting that left 8 people dead at 3 Atlanta area massage businesses, according to a database compiled by the AP, USA Today, and Northeastern University. It follows a lull in mass killings during the coronavirus pandemic in 2020, which had the smallest number of such attacks in 8 years, according to the database, which tracks mass killings defined as 4 or more dead, not including the shooter. The Boulder and Atlanta shootings prompted President Joe Biden to call on Congress to tighten the nation's gun laws. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer vowed to bring forward 2 House-passed bills to require expanded background checks for gun buyers. Biden supports the measures, but they face a tougher route to passage in a closely divided Senate with a slim Democratic majority. According to an arrest affidavit, Alyssa bought a Ruger AR-556 pistol, which is technically a pistol, though it resembles an AR-15 rifle, with a slightly shorter stock on March 16th, days before the attack. Investigators have not established a motive, and said Boulder County District Attorney Michael Doherty. Yeah. So, I mean, that kind of indicates that, you know, if you enact new legislation, people are going to find ways around it. So, I mean, I guess they're going to ban it because it resembles an AR-15, right? I mean, there's underlying things here, you know. I'm sure that the coronavirus has made things worse for people with respect to the factors that lead to mass shootings, you know, mainly being like poverty and alienation and all those kinds of problems. Like, damn. Authorities have not disclosed where the gun was purchased. An AR-15 style gun was recovered inside the supermarket and believed to have been used. They just love to say AR-15. An AR-15 style gun was recovered inside the supermarket and believed to have been used in the shooting, and it said a law enforcement official briefed in the shooting who was not authorized to speak publicly and spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. A green tactical vest and a handgun were also recovered inside the grocery store after the suspect removed most of his clothing shortly before he was taken into custody. So the suspect removed his clothing. He wasn't stripped. Some of us who'd watched this the other day assumed that he'd been stripped. But I guess he took off all his clothes before they got to him, for some reason. The law enforcement official who was briefed on the shooting said the suspect's family told investigators that Alyssa had delusions and that they believed he was suffering some type of mental illness. The relative described times when Alyssa told them people were following or chasing him, which they said may have contributed to the violence, the official said. Associated Press writers Michael Balsamo in Washington, Jim Anderson in Denver, and AP staff members from around the U.S. contributed to this report. Nieberg is a core member for the Associated Press Report for America, State House News Initiative Report for America is a nonprofit national service program that places journalists in local newsrooms to report on undercovered issues. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, you kind of have to be insane to be a mass shooter. That's like a prerequisite. But this is still too early to really say much about what happened here. Like, we just know the guy's name, really, and his picture. That's pretty much it. They're saying a couple things like this, but it's all real vague. You don't want to jump to like conclusions on a story like this early on. It's really tempting and easy to try to like find answers for things, especially for something that's so like high stakes or high emotion. There's a drive to try to like get answers for things, but you got to resist that, because you might just be drawing conclusions too quickly. Anyway, just a couple more news stories before the last three are commentary. I've seen people on TikTok that are experiencing gang stalking. I mean, I don't know. That does kind of, the thing with gang stalking is it sounds like something that's plausible, but at the same time, very paranoid kind of stuff. You start telling people about that, and somebody who's already got a tendency to be paranoid gets even more freaked out. Oh yeah, of course. Like, it's like a major symptom of schizophrenia, but like, the thing is, people harassing somebody online isn't far-fetched. So it's not surprising that people would buy into that. This is my real voice. I'm not modifying it at all. I've got, hold on. Oop. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. This is my, my voice chain. I've got the option to turn on filters. Like, I could make it higher pitched, or I could make it really bassy, and I could add like reverb, but fuck that. I don't need it. Anyway, I guess you could say I put the bass in based. Sanders says he isn't comfortable with Twitter's Trump ban. Oh, gang stalking? Gang stalking is like this idea that there's gangs of people who are following you and harassing you. Like thinking that people coming behind you and looking over your shoulder and stuff. Like that, you can look into that on some other time. It's a paranoid delusion. But it's not too implausible. So, it's understandable that people would believe that they're being harassed and followed by people. The way that the internet can be sometimes. Anyway, Sanders says he isn't comfortable with Twitter's Trump ban. Yeah, anytime you have like a delusion that could be real is like the scariest kind of thing. Yeah. All right. Senator Bernie Sanders, independent from Vermont, says in a newly published podcast interview that he does not feel particularly comfortable with Twitter's permanent ban on former President Trump. Sanders appeared on the New York Times podcast The Ezra Klein Show on Tuesday to discuss the state of the Democratic Party and was asked about criticisms from conservative figures that liberals had become too censorious and too willing to censor others.
Look, you have a former president in Trump who is a racist, a sexist, a homophobe, a xenophobe, a pathological liar, an authoritarian, somebody who doesn't believe in the rule of law. This is a bad news guy,
Sanders said.
But if you're asking me, do I feel particularly comfortable that the then president of the United States, could not express his views on Twitter? I don't feel comfortable about it.
However, Sanders maintained that internet platforms should not allow for
hate speech and conspiracy theories
to spread out across the country or be used for
authoritarian purposes and insurrection.
So how do you balance... oh, that's him.
So how do you balance that? I don't know. but it's an issue that we have got to be thinking about because of anybody who thinks yesterday it was Donald Trump who was banned, and tomorrow it could be somebody else who has a very different point of view.
Sanders added. The Vermont senator also said he does not like
giving that much power to a handful of high-tech people.
Shortly after the deadly January 6th Capitol breach, he does have a way of kind of like cutting through bullshit sometimes. Social media companies, including Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, either banned Trump's accounts or restricted his access. Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey has said he felt banning an account was a failure for his company to promote healthy conversation, though he maintained that he believed it was the right decision for Twitter. So it's a failure and a right decision. Wow. Jack Dorsey has that's a next level corporate bullshitting. It's a failure, but it's the right decision. God. All right. Other prominent figures have suggested platforms relax their restrictions. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, for example, said in a February interview that he believed companies should eventually allow Trump back on. I think at some point he probably will be allowed back on and probably should be allowed back on, Gates told CNBC at the time. Sanders has regularly clashed with tech figures over their policies and platforms and used his interview with the Times podcast to also raise criticisms against Amazon and its CEO Jeff Bezos. A prominent critic of Bezos, Sanders has invited the CEO to testify at a hearing this week about inequality amid a push by Amazon warehouse workers in Alabama to unionize. A spokesperson for the company previously told The Hill that Bezos would not attend. Sanders again.
I invited Jeff Bezos to attend the hearing and to tell me why a guy who was worth $182 billion, that's a B, $182 billion, thinks he has to spend millions of dollars to fight workers who are trying to form a union to improve their wages and working conditions.
Said Sanders, who serves as chairman of the Senate Budget Committee.
We need to pass legislation to make it easier for workers to join unions, because if workers are in unions, they can negotiate decent contracts, their wages will go up, their working conditions and their benefits will improve, he added.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. What does the chat think about Trump being banned from Twitter? Let's see. They're talking about gang stalking. Meanwhile, something like Truman Show, gang stalking stuff. Especially as a leftist, that shit can be really dangerous for your mental health. Yeah, the gang stalking thing can be. Libs, no, you can't censor people. Think of the freedoms. LMA, I don't like it, so it's banned. Silicon Valley has way too much power. I mean, yeah, that not just Silicon Valley, but business in general. Silicon Valley is a bit special, though, in the sense that the technology underpins so much now. Like, remember that time Amazon Web Services crashed and everything stopped working? Ugh. Ban all social media. Twitter should just make text boards with a character limit or something. Yeah. It sets a precedent for what tech companies can do. Yep, it does. Ban Twitter. I mean, there's worse strategies. I feel like Bernie is always forced to say, like, water is wet. Yeah. I mean, he's been doing that for decades. That's been his job, really. Tech companies are becoming the arbiters of morality and good governance. Yeah, that is a thing that's happening. You did notice it. They banned the fucking president. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, they did. Really think about that for a second. Like, one of the biggest things when you're the president is your platform, your ability to speak to people. And I mean, Twitter's become like a really big deal, and especially with Trump, it's become a really big deal. So that it's like this company is exercising that authority over the government directly, in a way. But people aren't really thinking about it from that angle. They're just like, oh, finally, this guy's off Twitter. Thank God Jeff Tiedrick isn't blowing up my mentions. Or not mentions, notifications. Why would you even want a character limit? The character limit started from when Twitter used to be a phone app. It used to be that you would tweet and it would text people. And the character limit comes from the the limit in the text message for phones. They increased it from 120 characters to 240 a while back. Yeah, I think that it's a legacy thing, like it's a product identity thing they don't want to change now. But yeah, there's no good reason to do a character limit. It makes everything worse because everything's got to be so tersely worded. It's easy to misinterpret what people are saying. Holy shit, Bernie's looking like a dry leather bag. Yeah, I don't know how much longer he's got, to be honest. I had that one leftypol effort post about Silicon Valley fascism stuck in my head for a few months now. I should repost it or something. Yeah, sure. The more effort posts we have, the better. Maybe I'll read some effort post on stream one time. Who could have thought that private ownership of the things we need would lead to this? Yeah, right? But Donald Trump incited an insurrection. I'm honestly fucking tired of libs. Yep. I mean, like, really, the people who were at fault for that situation were the cops that opened the barricade. And I'm pretty sure, 80% of cops are Trump supporters? Like, the problem is a little deeper than this one guy. Biggest problem with modern social media is the algorithm that makes censorship extremely easy. Yes, and opaque. Nobody knows how the algorithms work. Not even the programmers, because they're all based on neural networks. They're all learning algorithms, which basically it's one algorithm that you code to train another algorithm. And it's this other algorithm that you use. But the way that algorithm works is basically a very complicated network of relationships that no human being could ever read through and understand. So nobody understands how the algorithms work. Nobody does. It's just it's the training algorithm that they understand, but that's it. So it's even worse than most people realize. Fascism and Lehal's freedom. Yeah, it's embarrassing how much people got upset over that whole debacle. Twitter is the devil. Oh yeah, that's fair. Short character limits promote feels over reels because reels take a lot of characters to write. Yes and no. That part's true, but also the high incentive to get engagement is a big part of why people put such controversial and emotionally driven stuff on there. There's multiple factors that go into it. Robots training robots. Yes, literally, that's how it works. It's terrifying to most of the people who are socially conscious who work in that field are really not happy about that stuff. Hey boss, notice me please. Hi pirate autism. I've noticed you. You need to hit the dopamine receptors just right. Yes. Yeah. It's anything that's gamified with those little metrics and engagement things like this is too. Anything that's gamified like that is all based around dopamine. So and by the way, it's very useful. I have it set up so that if you post in the Twitch chat, it's crazy the stuff you can do now. I have a little app set up where any emotes that get posted in the Twitch chat just fly around me. Took 2 seconds to do that. It's pretty cool. Woo sheesh. All right, back to the articles. There's only one left before the rest of them are commentary, and I may not do those. It's already 9. Do that with. I wish I had the ability to do that with the SciTube emotes. I wish I did. I might be able to in the future figure out some kind of scripting to do that. But yeah, go with the Twitch chat. That's they do metrics in Twitch for how many chats people post and stuff like that. Hold on. Thanks for the follow, Sorkon. Oh, it's the Iran one again.
Friedman, toilet.
Oh no, it's the other one. It was the Adam Smith and Milton Friedman one. I don't believe any of those settings are correct at all. Those were supposed to be rare occurrences. Anyway. Tech, you know what? Tech they might be on board for that. That'd be cool. There might also be something along those lines already. I mean, people use SciTube in other places. Although, no, the main SciTube website doesn't let you embed Twitch. Yeah, that's a cool suggestion. Might have to look into that. All right, last news article. Senator Duckworth backtracks at Duckworth. Why do U.S. politicians have these such meme names? I know, yeah, they did used to allow Twitch embedding, but then they stopped. Which is why it's so great that we've got our own SciTube on leftypol.org. That's awesome. Because now we can embed stuff, and we don't have to become affiliates to get special emotes. I can just give it a picture and it does it. It's great. All right. Anyway, and yeah, to anybody viewing just on Twitch, if you want to participate in the cool kids chat, you got to find that on leftypol.org. All right, Senator Duckworth backtracks after vowing to vote against all the straight white Biden Oh my God. News Anon had to end on one of these, didn't they? Oh, okay. Senator Duckworth backtracks after vowing to vote against all straight white Biden nominees. Said she won't stand in the way. Really? I'm surprised by this turn of events.
I'm escaping to
Oh, cool.
one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Oh, I can't read it. Hyperreal Chad, was that what it was? Thanks for the follow. Finally, I'm getting different Twitch follow things. Not that the Ayn Rand one is bad. That's a fun one. All right, so Duckworth is not going to vote against the straight white nominees. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth. As if the name wasn't a meme enough. Tammy Duckworth has abruptly reversed course after pledging to vote against any white non-LGBT nominee tapped by the Joe Biden administration, hinting that she worked out a deal with the White House. Oh, okay. There you go. This corporate woke representation bullshit is nothing but a pretense for working out deals. Like, there you go, right there. Wow. They just said it. Incredible. The title is enough. You don't need to read it all. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that bit, though. Ugh. How long is this article? Oh, it's not that long. While the Illinois Democrat said on Tuesday afternoon that she would only vote to confirm racial minorities and LGBTQ over diversity concerns, she dropped that stance just hours later. Hours later. It's unclear exactly what prompted the about phase, but Duckworth portrayed the move as a victory. In a I'm going to read this, come on. In a statement to NBC News, suggesting that she persuaded the White House to appoint an Asian American or Pacific Islander, AAPI. Man, that's cool and all, but what is up with all these acronyms? Like, nobody's going to remember all of them. I'm just kidding. It's fine. To a senior position. For now, her office said she will not obstruct Biden's picks during Senate confirmation. And all, but also, okay, but no, I am gonna like. So, like all the racial categories are like arbitrary to begin with, but like we're not only using these initially arbitrary categories, we're now grouping them together. So like it was BIPOC, which is Black and Indigenous People of Color. And I'm not sure why that group is put together, because that's two distinct groups. It's actually a lot of distinct groups. It's Black, and Indigenous is like a whole, what do you call it, umbrella term. Like, there's indigenous people in every part of the world, right? And then here it's Asians and Pacific Islanders. Aren't Pacific Islanders descended from a different, like, ancestry from Asian people? And then sociology wise, like, isn't there like a completely different historical relationship between those two groups and colonial powers? I don't get it. Like, okay, you want to build coalitions for political power, but like, why those groups? And why are you like combining them into one term like that? It's confusing as shit, right? Are Italians BIPOC? No. Oh man. Yeah. All right. Yeah. People are discussing. Go ahead and discuss it in the chat. It's confusing as shit. You're right, Leo. Burgers are weird about this. And I think it's infecting other places too, though. It's a problem. All right. For now, our office says she will not obstruct Biden's picks during the Senate confirmation. Here's the statement. Senator Duckworth appreciates the Biden administration's assurances that it will do much more to elevate AAPI voices and perspectives at the highest levels of government, including that AAPI senior White House officials represent the community, secure the confirmation of AAPI appointments, and advance policy proposals that are relevant and important to the community, Duckworth spokesman Ben Garmisa said in a statement. Accordingly, she will not stand in the way of President Biden's qualified nominees, which will include more AAPI leaders. Yeah. And that's a good, like they talk about, it's like a deal behind closed doors. That's often what this kind of stuff ends up being. Is like, you'll say that it's about, diversity and inclusion, but then like, it's when you say you want to include diverse people, you mean you want to include like you or your friends or something. Like, you had somebody in mind that you wanted to be included, and this like inclusiveness is kind of just a pretense for that. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Yeah, I'll read a little bit of it. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki later confirmed Duckworth's claim in a statement of her own, saying the administration had agreed to add a senior-level Asian American Pacific Islander liaison. So they created a new position. They didn't just add somebody, they created a position for it. Okay. Who will ensure the community's voice is further represented and heard. So, like, they're creating jobs. With the Senate split roughly 50-50 between two major parties, Duckworth's threat to withhold support for nominees risk major headaches, which makes sense why it got turned around so fast. Alright, yeah. After Duckworth's reversal, Senator Hirono also followed suit, saying that she too had a productive conversation with the White House. It's always a productive conversation. That's always how it is, isn't it? He was able to voice her stance on the importance of diversity of the president's cabinet. Senator Mazie Hirono, who had backed up Duckworth earlier, also says she'll be resuming support of the Biden's nominees after a productive conversation with the White House today. I welcome the appointment of a senior-level White House liaison to the AAPI community to further strengthen our voice. I had a productive conversation with the White House today to make clear my perspective about the importance of diversity in the president's cabinet. Based on the private conversation we had, I will continue voting to confirm the historic and highly qualified nominees President Biden has appointed to serve in his administration. I wish they would just post this and not have like a couple paragraphs restating what the statement was. Like, you're not going to analyze it or whatever. Why bother? The diversity dispute came to a head after the Senate confirmed Boston Mayor Marty Walsh as Biden's labor secretary on Monday night, prompting Duckworth and Hirono, both Asian Americans, to confront a senior White House official about the lack of AAPI representation in the administration. Duckworth said the official White House Deputy Chief of Staff Jen O'Malley Dillon responded by citing Vice President Kamala Harris's Asian heritage, which the senator deemed incredibly insulting. They're having a look-off. All right, that's the last of the news articles. All right. And then the rest of them are commentary. I'm gonna take a quick break. That's 3 hours for me, just there. I think I might go use the bathroom and come back with oh hey, there we go.
Flush. Right? Just take Atlas Shroud. It's a big book. You might want to shred it first. Put it in your toilet and flush. Right?
Thanks for the follow, Cyber Sketches. Yeah. Oh, people are arguing about who and who isn't indigenous. All right. Let's see. So yeah, there's 3 commentary pieces. Did CNN air a staged migrant crossing of the Rio Grande? How Kirsten Sinema went from a lefty activist to a proud neoliberal Democrat. And Shrewsbury 24 convictions finally overturned 47 years too late. So I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, I guess, and then I'll come back and read those. Let's see. I have a countdown timer. I just need to set it to 5 minutes. All right. React to Vosh. Maybe when I come back. Let me go take a piss break. Somebody actually here's a good way of splitting the labor a little bit on these things. When I'm going to go on breaks, if somebody can like queue up some meme videos or something so that you're not just watching the timer countdown on the SciTube, that would be helpful. I'm only going to be gone like 5 minutes.
declassified UK revealed the extensive ties between the British Foreign Office and the Bolivian.
Oh wait, hold on. Shoot.
November of
Come on. I'm back. I just oh shit. I need to mute this again. Yeah. All right, what are we doing? We got a couple of what do you call them? Opinion pieces I could read. 33 viewers. I'm pretty sure that a whole bunch of the viewers are both on, what is it, SciTube and Twitch. I'm pretty sure the way that it works is that if you're in the SciTube, you're counted as a Twitch viewer. Alright. I like that this is a short song, but it gets me pumped up. Definitely gonna get copyright struck though. Or not strike, but flagged. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I've looked at it, but I'm not sure what the deal is. Anyway. Let's see. I'm gonna quickly go through these. Is there somebody was you think Yuda was saying I should reply to or react to Vosh. If somebody like that is streaming, post a link in the chat now. You know, maybe get to it in a second. I did not hear the news about Bolivia. I mean, I've heard some news fairly recently, but stuff keeps happening. There's always more news. That's the thing with news. Prime Minister was talking about Tesla involvement. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, post a link and I'll look it up. If you have a link to that story. Yeah, also, if anybody in the chat has stories they want me to read, post them, because stuff comes up during the day while I'm on stream even. So yeah. I have a crowdsourced, not just news and curating, but a crowdsourced news curation, so.
We need to throw Ayn Rand in the toilet and flush.
The Ayn Rand one's growing on me. I got other ones besides Caleb though.
Toilet and flush, right?
I think I might have accidentally set that to be like really common. Hold on. Let me follows. That's a variation. Oh hey, somebody posted the Pog face. Hold on, wait. Since you posted that, if there we go. Oh, I didn't put Pog Haas in the happenings one. Yeah. I got more than Caleb. I don't know why Caleb keeps coming up. Let me see. I need to maybe edit this. No, it's as common as default. Weird. Whatever. Maybe there's a limit on how many alternates you can have. I've got other ones too. Anyway. Okay, we've got a couple stories here. UK Rinform AA.com. Yeah. So two different stories. UK Rinform? Ukrainian multimedia. Okay. Got a story from there, and I got a story from AA. Let me just skim through these and make sure there's no like porno ads or anything. Alright. I'll go ahead and pop these over here into this window. Alright. There we go. Crowdsourced news. Now we're cooking with gas. Ukraine Inform. Oh, okay. UKR Inform. Gotcha. Usually I'm used to like 2-letter abbreviations for countries. Nice. All right. UKR Inform. Zelensky enacts strategy for deoccupation and reintegration of Crimea. President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has enacted the strategy for deoccupation and reintegration of the temporarily occupied territory of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Decree number 177/2021 of March 24th on enactment of the relevant decision of the National Security and Defense Council was published on the website of the head of state. Ukraine Forum reports. leftypol news, insanely based. Thank you. If you want to have some fun, post some emotes in the chat. Like, I know this one, but I'm not like super versed in Twitch emotes. Anyway. To approve the strategy for deoccupation and reintegration of the temporarily occupied territory of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, the document reads. I think I already read that. As noted, the strategy defines a set of diplomatic, military, economic, informational, humanitarian, and other measures aimed at restoring the territorial integrity, state sovereignty of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders through the deoccupation and reintegration of Crimea. The document also identifies priorities for the state to protect human rights and freedoms violated as a result of the temporary occupation of the Crimean Peninsula, as well as the main areas of relevant economic, social, humanitarian, environmental, information, defense, and security policy. In addition, as the President's office underscores, the strategy sends a clear signal to the international community that Ukraine is consistent in its actions to restore territorial integrity violated by the Russian Federation's neglect of its international obligations. The Cabinet of Ministers is instructed to develop an action plan for the implementation of the strategy, on the basis of which the relevant government bodies will prepare and implement measures to ensure the deoccupation and reintegration of the peninsula. The National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine approved a strategy for deoccupation and reintegration of the temporarily occupied territory of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol on March 11th. Ugh. That's a mouthful. More news on Bolivia as well. All right, cool. I'll open up that as a tab. Damn, this is a declaration of war. It nearly seems like it. Once a Ukrainian soldier sets foot on Crimea, it will. I don't know. I'm not a big follower of that part of the world, so I can't speak too much to it, but it certainly sounds like tensions are getting worse. Oh, that's an appropriate emote. Stuff might blow up. All right, let's see. The Czech Republic's flags carrier. Oh, that's part of the ad. Ugh. I thought that the ad was part of the website. From April 2nd, flights will be operated twice a week on Tuesdays and Fridays. A one-way ticket costs. Oh, God, that's also part of the ad. Oh. We retain a possibility of free changing the departure. No, that's still part of. Is this all ads? This is. Oh, these fucking sneaky porkies. They're sneaky. They're hiding the ads in the articles, making it look like you're reading the news. Oh. All right, what was the next one? Bolivia. And then there's another Bolivia article. Oh, this is a longer one. Oh, damn, this is a really long one. All right, let me read this one first, and then I'll get to the second one. Oops, wrong place. There we go. Okay, here's the Bolivia article. All right. Oh, yeah, whatever. World America's AA. What is AA? Somebody tell me what AA stands for. I'm not familiar with this news outlet. Bolivia hints. Why is it not working? It is working. You see the thing right there. There might be something, if you tried to post something and it didn't appear, it might be some spam filter that automatically happens on Twitch. I might have to look into some of the options on that. Sorry if something gets deleted like that. Bolivia hints Tesla's involvement in 2019 military coup. Oh shit. This is actually, oh my god, look at that. 27 Twitch viewers. Hello everybody. Turkish State News AA, thank you. Bolivia hints Tesla's involvement in 2019 military coup. Do you think so? Is it possible? Is such a thing even possible? I mean, Elon Musk did say that he will coup whoever we want, so I mean, I don't know. That seems like a stretch to me, if I'm being honest. The Bolivian president says lithium was economic motive behind coup, with Tesla showing interest in Morales' removal. By Jorge Antonio Rocha. Or that's the byline, right? The layouts on these things are all over the place. Mexico. Bolivian President Luis Arce denounced American electric car maker Tesla's involvement in a coup in his country and declared that vast lithium reserves played a major role in the exile of Evo Morales. Arce arrived at the Mexican capital late Tuesday on an invitation by Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador to commemorate 190 years of diplomatic agreements. At a news conference alongside the Mexican president, Arce thanked Mexico for supporting and providing shelter for himself and Morales after the 2019 presidential election saw the government overthrown in a military coup. Arce pinpointed what he said was the reason for disposing Morales, citing lithium as the economic objective of the coup. There were statements by vice presidential candidate Samuel Doria Medina, who mentioned it would be very interesting if Tesla could come to Bolivia to industrialize lithium. A few weeks later, this needs to be like one of those joke title cards. A few weeks later, a statement by a senior Tesla manager was known on social networks saying that they are going to carry out a coup where necessary, says Arce. Morales nationalized Bolivia's lithium reserves and secured a contract with German company to start producing and exporting batteries. But weeks before the contract was signed and manufacture began, the coup occurred. Convenient timing, huh? Arce said the main task of the coup was to instigate protests in Potosi, where part of the lithium reserves is located. The project was suspended and Morales' movement for Socialism Party was overthrown. López Obrador offered political asylum to Morales, as it was criticized by detractors but welcomed by the Bolivian leader. I mean, yeah, I guess you would welcome being granted political asylum. You don't say. Yeah, emotes are fun. They'll just... I'm not seeing them too much because I'm focused on reading, but go ahead. Somebody's... No, you're not muted. You're not muted, thing noticer. Anyway. Arce took the opportunity to praise Mexico's intermission and thanks... Intermission, not intervention, or intermission? And thanked it for its support. Solidarity that we will always keep in a special little place in our hearts, he said. All of us who have suffered this political persecution. López Obrador addressed the political journey Bolivians underwent and praised the Movement for Socialism Party, who he said had returned to Bolivia's government. The people of Bolivia and the people of Mexico are brother nations. We belong to our America, and we have the same purpose of justice and freedom to banish classism, racism, to assert equality, and to reaffirm our sovereignty, he said. I want to take my mask off just so you can see me grinning. That's I love that sentiment. Unironically, genuinely. All right, that's the end of that article. Well, yeah, so that's been one of the like really nice positive stories that like they actually fucking got the country back from these parasites. Oh, you got shadowbanned on Twitch. That's not surprising. Twitch is very twitchy about banning people. So, yeah. All right, but there was this other story. Oh no, this is also just about the coup. It's not about something else. It's not about like ongoing stuff. Somebody had mentioned something about like an attempt to get Tesla re-involved in Bolivia. Revealed, the UK supported the coup in Bolivia to gain access to its white gold. I don't know if it's a cursed time. I mean, in some ways things are getting worse. Like, things are always getting worse under capitalism, but yeah, I mean, things are like as worse as they've been for some things because it's just constantly getting worse. But then also, some things are getting a lot better right now. Class consciousness is on the rise. Yeah, and the power of Western imperialism is waning. So, I mean, look at this story, right? They thought they were going to get that lithium, but they didn't. Elon Musk's little apartheid fingers couldn't get his hands on those lithium mines. Ugh. Headed toward World War III? I don't know about that. I think that World War III is really more like the status that we're in right now with like constant proxy wars. Something like a true world war seems like a difficult prospect with the nukes and everything else, but yeah. I gotta hide my face. Don't want people to see my massive Chad chin. Revealed, the UK supported the coup in Bolivia to gain access to its white gold. Ammo is partially underrated, yeah. I mean, you know, there's a limit to how far left you can go in Latin America right now. After a coup in the South American country of Bolivia in November 2019, democratically elected President Evo Morales was forced to flee. Foreign office documents obtained by Declassified show Britain saw the new military-backed regime, which killed 18 protesters, as an opportunity to open up Bolivia's lithium deposits to UK firms. Okay, just for point of reference, this is a long article. Listen to this article is 22 minutes 32 seconds. So we're gonna buckle up if we're gonna read this whole thing. If somebody wants me to skip, because it's long, post in the chat. In fact, ping me in the SciTube chat if you want me to skip. If you put my handle in the chat, the tab will like make a bunch of appearance, and then you guys can. Actually, I really should get one of those things. They have scripts where you can have people vote. If I had one of those, I could have Twitch tell me when to skip, and have people just put a 1 or a 2 to say skip or keep going. All right. Bullet points. Lithium, known as white gold, is a key metal used in batteries and increasingly important in the world car industry. Britain's Foreign Office appears to have paid Oxford-based company to optimize exploitation, quote, exploitation of Bolivia's lithium deposits the month after Morales fled country. Just say that. That's funny. UK embassy acted as a strategic partner to coup regime and organized international mining event in Bolivia 4 months after democracy overthrown. Man, they were ready for that. 4 months. 4 months. Jeez. UK firm founded by British Army veteran was now in line to offer its services to mining companies, Foreign Office noted after event. UK embassy provided data for the now discredited international report, which was used to justify a 2019 coup. UK embassy brought cybersecurity company with close links to the CIA to Bolivia in March 2019, 8 months before the military takeover. It's great being almost alone here. Everyone gets to see my comments in chat. Yeah. I don't want to put the SciTube comments up because I want that to be like more private for people to like say whatever they want and, you know, post content that may not be allowed on Twitch. And because when I'm streaming to YouTube, even though there's no viewers, that's where it's going to end up permanently. So anybody posting in the YouTube chat is going to be there forever on the chat replay. So that's why I've got the Twitch coming up on screen. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah, UK embassy brought cybersecurity company with close links to the CIA to Bolivia in March 2019, 8 months before the military takeover. Oh, why does this always smell? All this stuff always has the same scent lingering on it. Always smell the same. Is newsreader and on glasses? I'm sorry, I am glasses, gang. I do wear glasses. I have poor vision. It's a genetic thing, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, don't Pol Pot me. Something to notice though. Oh, okay. Glasses noticer has arrived. Alright. I'm gonna quote don't quote socialism done left. If China had the power of the USA, they would be worse. Let's not get into that argument. If China had the power of the US, they'd be a completely different country. On 10th November 2019, after the head of the army called for his resignation, Bolivia's socialist president Evo Morales stepped down. It followed weeks of protests after the release of report. Thanks for the pog snakes. Of a report by the Organization of American States, OAS, alleging irregularities in the election Morales had won the previous month. Persecution, but the U.S. elections are perfectly legitimate. 100%. Any irregularities there are Russian interference. Persecution from the new regime forced Morales to flee the country, and an interim president, Janine Áñez, was installed. Widely condemned as a coup, resulting protests were met with lethal force. Days after taking power on 14th November, the Áñez regime forced through Decree 4078, which gave immunity to the military for any actions taken in the defense of society and the maintenance of public order. I hadn't seen that part before. Yikes! That's a really gross thing. That's literally that thing that Zizek was saying about fascism being like fundamentally giving people permission to commit atrocities. That like at the base of fascist ideology is this like you may commit atrocities, you may give in to your most violent impulses, but like it's just outly open. It's not just this implication of like, yeah, you can go after the people we don't like. They're just saying like, yeah, do whatever, you're immune. It's nuts. The following day, on 15th November, Bolivian military forces shot and killed 8 protesters in the city of Sacaba. On 21st December, regime forces killed another 10 protesters in the neighborhood of Sincada, just outside the capital, La Paz. Despite the deadly violence, which was condemned by human rights groups, the British embassy in La Paz moved quickly to support Bolivia's new regime. Declassified can reveal from documents we have obtained. We have seen a project list for a foreign office program in Bolivia called Frontline Diplomatic Enabling Activity. Frontline Diplomatic Enabling Activity. Boy, if that's not a weasel wordy kind of... Which the UK government describes as a small pot of money that embassies receive and have authority over to spend on projects supporting embassy activity. Here's Janine Áñez at a press conference on November 15th, 2019. the deposits. Oh, it's probably the embassy stuff is like spy shit. It's like letting people into the country who are like operatives. That's got to be what that is. Deposits. Bolivia has the world's second largest reserves of lithium, a metal that is used to make batteries and which has become increasingly important due to the burgeoning electric car industry. The UK government has stated that lithium battery technology is a priority for its industrial strategy. In June 2019, it announced it was investing £23 million in electric car battery development. The government has further noted it's estimated that South America holds 54% of the world's lithium resources. 54%. Well, that's what World War III is going to be about. God damn. Which are increasingly in demand to manufacture battery for electric vehicles and energy diversification programs. So that's another thing. Like the Green New Deal stuff, a lot of that is going to involve like batteries to store energy. So like if you have a solar array or a geothermal whatever, you're not just going to instantly use all that electricity, right? You got to store some of it. And you do that with battery technology. And the big battery technology right now is lithium. So that's a really big angle for imperialism now, is green capitalism, is building all that technology up and having to sort of like, yeah, green imperialism, exactly, as a way of justifying to some people, but also like as the basis, the economic motivation for getting these resources from these countries. So that's a big thing. Musk is just the tip of the iceberg. The cars are just like a very flashy story. And he's a maverick idiot on Twitter who is going to tweet about stuff like this and say that they're going to coup people. There's a lot more going on under the hood. That's just like the big spectacle side of it. The UK government has stated that lithium battery technology is a priority for its industrial strategy. Well, like I said, there you go. It's a big part of that's central to the strategy. In June 2019, it announced it was investing £23 million in electric car battery development. The government has further noted it's estimated that South America... Oh, wait. Did I already read this? Which are increasingly in demand for manufacturing for electric vehicles. Yeah, no, I did read that. My bad. I got distracted by doing analysis when I'm supposed to be doing reporting. The future is bright where green imperialism, eco-fascist states are fighting over water and lithium. Yeah. Don't put them together though, because if you put lithium in water, it's an alkali metal. It'll explode. Of course, you put it in a car battery designed by Elon Musk, it'll also explode. It added, the UK aims to have a thriving, sustainable battery industry, which would translate to a £2.7 billion opportunity, and our bilateral partnerships are essential to ensure this. Bilateral partnerships, meaning you back a dictatorship installed by a coup that you backed. Man, sometimes I want to go back to not understanding this shit. God damn. In February 2019, Evo Morales' government had chosen a Chinese consortium to be its strategic partner in a new $2.3 billion lithium project, which would focus on production from the Coipasa and Pasta Grande salars, salt flats under which the lithium is deposited. But after the coup, the regime's new Minister of Mining cast doubt on whether the deal would be honored by the new government. These particular salt flats were of interest to the UK embassy. One project it co-founded from 2019 to 20 sought to optimize Bolivia's lithium exploration and production in the Coipasa and Pastas Grandes salars, using British technology. After the coup, this project was quickly moved forward. The abstract for the project was authorized by its main founder, the Inter-American Developmental Bank. Wow. That's a dystopian name. The Inter-American Development Bank. On 25th November 2019, 2 weeks after the coup and days after the Sincata massacre. Man, this is like expedited imperialism right here. This is like an incredible case study. And like, even though they got kicked out pretty quickly, look at how much they managed to do before that happened. pretty wild. Oof. The abstract for the project was authorized by its main founder, the Inter-American Development Bank, on 25th of November 2019, 2 weeks after the COVID days. Okay. The project gained full approval for funding of $100,000 weeks later in mid-December 2019. The IADB told Declassified the implementation of grant activities are conducted in close coordination with the designated government authorities and their technical teams. At that point, its close coordination would have been with the Agnes regime. I guess I just needed to include that in case people weren't paying attention. Yeah. A woman shouts anti-regime slogans in front of a police line during a funeral procession for the victims killed during clashes with police at the Saketa fuel plant. This is what they're coming out kitted like this, with these riot shields, to a funeral procession for people that they killed, that the Golpista thugs killed. Unreal. Not a protest, a fucking funeral procession. Satellite applications catapult. The British Embassy in La Paz provided £5,000 toward this lithium project in 2019 to 20, but the Foreign Office refused to tell Declassified if these funds were dispersed after the coup in November 2019. The goal was to design and implement a satellite data-based application that can optimize exploration and exploitation of the large lithium resources in the Coipasa and Pastos Grandes salars in Bolivia, the documents outlined. Because I actually spent money on this. This is my setup is better than Infrared's because I did spend money on this a while back. I had a project where I was doing streaming. So I got, like, you know, a decent mic and camera, and I will say the green screen is like pretty basic, but you have to light that shit. I got a bunch of like desk lamps in here so that it actually works as green screen. Anyway, it worms. The worm has turned. Yeah, thank you. I did spend a little time trying to make it look good. I wish that I was able to get a black shock mount so that it doesn't get all shiny here, but you can't get everything you want. Yeah, that took some finagling getting the green screen to work with my hair. Oh, speaking of hair, let me fluff my hair up a little bit so it's not. And you know what? Fuck that. I'm just not gonna wear those. The only time that I need that is when somebody gives me the follow. Chad hair? No, it's not. This is just wavy. It's gonna keep getting longer though. I shaved it for Corona, but all right. So yes, satellite applications catapult. They're calling it a fucking catapult. Like, it's not just a surveillance tool. The satellite is named after a siege weapon. Like, just being so blatant about it. Yeah, the goal was to design and implement satellite data-based application that can optimize exploration and exploitation of large lithium. The Foreign Office noted that the project was to be implemented by Satellite Applications Catapult, an Oxford-based organization helping organizations harness the power of satellite-based services. The company receives about a third of its funding from the UK government, but it did not respond to Declassified's questions about the Bolivia project. However, we found that on 19th December 2019, 2 days after the IABD gave final approval to the project, the UK Foreign Office transferred £33,220 to Satellite Applications Catapult in a payment listed as program spend. The department refused to tell Declassified if this funding was for the lithium exploitation project in Bolivia. The IADB told us coordination with the British Embassy has been particularly cooperative in search for synergies. Synergies. That's another one of those dark words. What are they spying on? Trying to find lithium, see what they can do with it. I mean, even if they don't have control of the government, if they have their spy satellites watching the mines, they can do survey. They can do surveying, and they can like plan. They can plan future stuff if they manage to do another coup. They can also, like, you know, keep an eye on I mean, they probably are going to be able to turn the satellites in different directions and watch, you know, for strategic, what do you call it? Watch the terrain to see if there's like any, you know, I mean, just surveillance is useful for strategic reasons, like for military purposes. What does the word even mean? I don't know which word. Synergies? Harnessing the power of synergies, realizing potentials. Yeah, synergy just means when you combine like two different things and they work well together. Like, what do you call it? Peanut butter and jelly. It's similar to like synthesis, except instead of becoming one thing, they remain separate, but they work better together. But it's a big buzzword that corporations love. They fucking love to talk about synergizing and all that shit. Synergy equals investing a shit ton of resources into a coup. I mean, in this case, yeah. A synergy between the far right that they're helping to overthrow the democratically elected government and the international mining companies that want to exploit the mineral resources. That's the synergy they're talking about. Like, genuinely. Anyway. Yeah. They refused to say what it was for other than synergies. And here's a picture of the Coipasa salt flats in Bolivia, photographed by an Expedition 33 crew member in the International Space Station. Yeah. So we already have, you know, perfectly vague. Yes, exactly. Say just enough buzzwords to make it sound like you're saying something, but it's also totally vague. Nobody knows what you're actually doing. British government really wanting that sweet expansion. They miss the days of being the empire. Some people at least do. Oh yeah, just as I say it, somebody puts it in chat. British government tries reasserting imperial ambition. Ambitions. Public-private partnership. They'll make me remember that phrase. Oh yeah, that's awful. All right. Let's see. Then in March 2020, 4 months after the coup, the British Embassy in La Paz partnered with the regime's Ministry of Mining to organize an international seminar for more than 300 officials from the global extractive sector. A British company, Watchman, was brought in by the UK Embassy to give the keynote presentation and outline the creative solutions it had enacted in Africa to being local communities on side with mining projects. The Foreign Office documents note, Watchman UK and other consultancies are now in line to offer services in this important field to a number of Bolivia mining companies who wish to achieve win-win solutions to their controversies with indigenous. Oh God, here we go. Oh no. Oh no. Watchman UK and other consultancies are now like fixers, right? These are the people who consult by like finding you in an alley late at night. This is what Pete Buttigieg was doing, by the way, in the Middle East. Consultancies are now in line to offer services in this important field to a number of Bolivia mining companies, offering services to mining companies who wish to achieve win-win solutions to their controversies with indigenous inhabitants in towns located in the area of influence of their activities. Like, talking about murdering people who were trying to stop the miners from digging up their homes. That's what this is. Oh, God. It's just, I feel gross reading this, man. It's awful. Sheesh. The Foreign Office documents note, Watchman UK and other consultancies are now in line to offer services in this important field of oh wait, no, I got that. That's what I was just deconstructing. Watchman is a risk management company set up in 2016 by Christopher Goodwin Hudson, a 9-year veteran of the British Army, who was later executive director of global security for the investment bank Goldman Sachs. Can you believe it? Wow. The company supports corporate clients across the extractive, agribusiness, and capital project sectors who are having trouble operating because of local resistance. Let me just I wanna just hold on. This is like, ugh. I want to reread this piece.
The company supports corporate clients across the extractive, agribusiness, and capital project sectors who are having trouble operating because of local resistance.
Watchman's website carries the logo of the UK Foreign Office. I mean, every sentence in this article right now, incredible. The firm's associate director, I mean, like, it's really not surprising. It's just funny to see it all stack up so much. And it's really not funny because all these people died as a result of this coup and all the shit that they managed to get done before it was overturned. And they're going to keep doing this shit. Where's next, you know? The firm's associate director, Gabriel Carter, has held a number of senior roles in the private security industry, and 2012 founded an Afghanistan-focused security company that supported numerous... In 2012, founded an Afghanistan-focused security company that supported numerous British and U.S. development projects. Carter, also a veteran of risk management at Goldman Sachs, is a member of the Special Forces Club, an exclusive and secretive private members club for senior intelligence and special forces veterans in Knightsbridge, London. Special Forces Club. Special Forces Club. Watchmen did not respond to declassified questions about the event, and the UK Foreign Office refused to answer questions related to it. You think? All right, so here's just this is like a budget that they've got here. I'm not going to read through all that, but I'll skim its value in pounds. You're talking like study to support Bolivia's effort to extract foreign direct investment, £35,000. Promoting the use of open data for press reporting and investigative journalism, £11,225. Bolivia participation in the Wilden Park Conference. Analytical training for the Bolivian police, £12,000. Help Point Panic Buttons pilot project for urban security in La Paz, £35,000. Wow. High technologies on lithium, £31,500. English classes for tourist police, £2,184. All right. Yeah. I'm not going to read through the documents. Wow. I think there might be more in the article after this, but I'm not sure, so I'm going to scroll down. This might be the end. Yeah, it looks like it. I guess that's why it was so long. Or wait. Oh no, that was an embedded document. Okay. Those were UK Foreign Office documents from 2015 to 2020 documenting a range of programs run by the British Embassy in Bolivia. That's the programs that they're running in Bolivia. That's right. I've got the documents. They are breeding babies with fish in test tubes under Area 51. I'm a little hoarse to do my Alex Jones voice right now. I'm kind of bummed that my Alex Jones notification didn't pop up for any of the followers. Fuck. Goddamn, it's hard to drink a beer through a fucking bandana. A long courtship. The quick moves of the British embassy on the lithium project followed years of trying to court Bolivia's socialist government over the country's reserves of the metal. The new document. Oh, there we go. There's the Haas one.
You destroyed the treasures of mankind and civilization.
Thank you, Quindy. If you're the Quindy from YouTube, you're incredibly based. One of our best content creators and curators. Thank you, thing noticer's child. Is that a alternate account, or are you somebody else? I can't keep up with this shit. All right. Damn, we got 19 people in here still. Yeah, Quindy, I love your content. Please keep making it. It's great. So, one of my favorite YouTubers. If not my favorite. We need more people clipping great content. That's extremely valuable. Especially when you have people who, like, riff on stuff. Like, I keep going off topic and talking about shit. When people do that, it's extremely good to have people who can, like, clip that. We don't have enough, Anon should learn to use FFmpeg. Good advice. Alright. That's the problem with drinking beer, is now I gotta burp. I think I'm done. It's really simple to clip raw videos and change them to any file type you like. Yeah. Yep. I need to do better about it. And I'll make this a fixed occurrence so people can follow you more. Oh, that's the plan. There's more stuff in the works. There's other stuff going on behind the scenes. We got bigger plans. Yeah, not maybe tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow. I may take off Fridays. I'm not sure. I'll be back. Planning to do Monday through Thursdays. Saturday morning maybe. Depends. I'll figure it out. But yeah, this is going to be a regular thing. Definitely. Of course. I wanted to do yesterday, but I had some trouble setting up the YouTube stream because I needed to do like separate keys for regular or spontaneous streams, and it was giving me some trouble and errors, but whatever. Yuta might come on at some point. We'll see. I don't know. The part of the problem with this stuff is that you need to have. Oh, don't go Fed posting, Screeny. Don't do that. Part of the problem with streaming is you do need to have some hardware, and not everybody has like hardware. It's surprising how much it takes to render, especially because I've got like a browser open with a ton of tabs. Flood the cyberspace with ML. I'm an anarchist actually, but I don't mind ML thought. It's very useful. It's been immensely helpful for the proletariat. So, you're not going to get any sectarianism from me. Yes. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get in. We can have an argument about the different sects and stuff, and like my criticisms for state socialism or whatever. That's fine. We'll do that stuff some other time, though. I'm still reading the news. Although I think maybe in the future either I'm going to stream longer or I'm going to read less of the news, because this does take a while. There's a lot. All right, not going to get into sectarian stuff, but like, don't get too judgy of anarchists, because most of the ones who are doing useful things aren't the ones you see. Most of the ones you see are the ones on Twitter saying a bunch of nonsense. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, a long courtship, the quick moves of the British embassy on the lithium project followed years of trying to court Bolivia's social government about the country's reserves of the metal. The new documents show Morales had moved Bolivia from the country's traditional reliance on Western corporations since taking power in 2006. His government was widely praised for reducing poverty and increasing investment in schools, hospitals, and infrastructure. See, even SOCDEMs can be good, right? They can do things that help. Fuck sectarianism. I got a whole thing I'll do on that sometime. We can do better than left unity even. The Foreign Office notes that its first engagement with the Bolivian lithium company, known by its Spanish acronym YLB, was in 2017 to 2018 when it paid £31,500 to organize a scientific UK mission. It focused on training the YLB on new technologies to explore and produce lithium in a sustainable way. Discussions, not debates? Absolutely. Absolutely. Fuck debates. Debates are for drama queens. I'm not a drama queen. I'm not a narcissist. I'm not an attention seeker. Fuck all that shit. If I was an attention seeker, I would have taken off the bandana already. I probably will at some point anyway, but I like the look, to be honest. Hope King Lear never finds this. Ooh, I don't know. Probably will. Eugene quit leftypol? Yeah. Fuck debates and never convince anyone. They're not about convincing people. They're about posturing and signaling to your audience and getting a whole bunch of views. That's what debates accomplish. That's not very helpful. So, gotta go now. Bye, everyone. Consider yourself in the clipping pool. Oh, well, that's wonderful. Thank you, Quindy. Glad to see you. Can you have talks with other anons? Yeah, that's something that we have. I'm not the only person who's like looking into this. We've got other stuff like that we're talking about. There's we've got some ideas. I think that that period where Haas was bringing a bunch of people on to try to like discuss things was actually a pretty good idea, but he kind of doesn't have the personality for it. He just got like really angry. I always like to say that sectarianism IRL, like people, probably everyone in your union or whatever has radically different views, yet it literally does not at all factor in. Yeah, okay, so that's a whole thing. I will briefly go on about this. Your sect doesn't really matter if it's not actually related to your praxis. Like, if you think the correct way to do it is to follow the Maoist line, that doesn't matter if your praxis is being in a union, okay? So, like, that's all, like, really... Oh, I'm not gonna repeat that, Screeny Anon. That's mean. That is mean. Don't be mean. Haas is Haas, but I don't want to be mean to him. All right. The Foreign Office notes that its first engagement with the Bolivian lithium company, known by its Spanish acronym Y. Oh yeah, already. Yeah. The documents note this project allowed British organizations to carry over projects on lithium in Bolivia with Inter-American Development Bank and UK government funding in the following years. The UK government noted relationship with the Bolivian lithium company might also prove relevant as Bolivia becomes a supplier of lithium, a critical material, to the UK, and referenced its effort to connect Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina, i.e. the Lithium Triangle. Well, there you go with who to invade next. The Lithium Triangle. With the London Metal Exchange. The following year's program notes that stronger links developed between the YLB and the British Embassy in Bolivia. The documents, folks, I've got the documents. The documents also outline how in April 2019, the British Embassy in Buenos Aires, Argentina, hosted a high-level technical meeting with the mining and lithium authorities of Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, as well as senior representatives of the London Metal Exchange. Those three countries together share ownership of the Lithium Triangle, the region of the Andes rich in lithium reserves. At the time, Argentina and Chile had right-wing governments friendly with the UK. Imagine that. Also, in attendance was Bolivia's Vice Minister of Lithium and the Chief Executive of the YLB. The project from the British Embassy in Bolivia consisted in securing and facilitating the presence of the Bolivian authorities in the meeting, the Foreign Office documents note. I added that after the meeting, the Bolivian government was now aware of the relevance of the London Metal Exchange, and particularly its interest in establishing a lithium standard, which was to be based upon the Lithium Triangle production. Such standards served to promote understanding and communication between metal producers and users. Bruh. Anytime one of these capitalists is talking about promoting understanding, you know that they're scheming for something. They're trying to figure out how they can commodify some shit. This is why we have a future, not Twitch. Well, I'm streaming to Twitch. Twitch is what's embedded inside YouTube. Although I'm also streaming to YouTube. Nobody's watching there, and I don't blame them. YouTube is not great for streaming, but if I get banned from Twitch or something, I'll be on YouTube. Got my stimulus. What do I do on Robinhood now? Oh, go ask Reddit. I'm not Wall Street Bets. It added that after the meeting, the Bolivian government was now aware of the relevance of the London Metal Exchange, and particularly its interest in establishing a lithium standard, which was to be based upon the lithium triangle production. Such standard. Oh yeah. The following sections of this passage are redacted under 2 exemptions related to international relations and commercial interests. Yeesh. These are the only redactions made on the program documentation for the 5 years of operations seen by Declassified. Yep, and here's London Metal Exchange. Oh yeah, do ask. Maybe the crisis anons would be able to tell you what to invest in. They're not nobody on leftypol is a financial advisor. I don't think. I hope not. I hope we don't have any of those porky pigs posting there. Why do they have a physical exchange still? I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe they just like, especially with Corona, you would think that it would be, do not invest your money in the stock market. I mean, you become a, it is kind of just gambling. But, I mean, there are like smart investments that you can make. It's just, I don't have any money in the stock market, but you can. Part of the problem is that, like, if you just hold money, the amount decreases because of inflation. So there's like kind of a thing there with balancing, but yeah. Day trading is gambling, yeah. Long term isn't. I mean, you can still gamble long term, but like proper long term investing isn't gambling. It's just like, I think that this business is gonna keep doing okay. So anyway, Dark Trace. Oh, this whole article is just gold. Who is it who posted this? This is a great article. There is further evidence Britain was always priming the country for a change in government. In the year before the coup, the British embassy was promoting the UK cyber sector, bringing a company to Bolivia founded by the UK intelligence community and with close links to America's Central Intelligence Agency. Well, it's not that it's dense, it's long, is what it is. But yeah, there's so much. Like, it's like incredible. This really warrants like a super in-depth documentary, like an 8-parter or something. This article could be, yeah, it could be a documentary. I'm sure somebody's writing a book on it, but yeah, this really should be like, somebody should have like a really in-depth piece about this, because this is wild. They got lots of other shit on Declassified UK. Okay, maybe that should be a regular about the British government and all that. Yeah, feel free to go to sleep anytime. Screening in on. I'm up way past when I was planning to. I was planning to go like 3 hours, but then people added some more articles. Seems to be less and less journalistic books these days. Yeah, don't sell. Capitalism for you. So anyway, back to Dark Trace. In 2009, Morales had expelled a U.S. diplomat who he claimed was a CIA asset heading an operation to infiltrate Bolivia's state-owned oil company. 8 months before the coup, the UK embassy spent more than £4,500 organizing a major event in La Paz on cybersecurity for financial institutions, attended by 150 executives and senior officials from the Bolivian financial sector, according to the Foreign Office documents. Yeah, why would you, what do you, I think a major event is like they're doing a seminar to get them prepared for cybersecurity. I think that's what it means. That's how I read it, at least. Yeah, your Central European time is 5 or 6 hours ahead, depending on where you are, depending on if you do daylight savings time or not. delivered in coordination with the Bolivian Stock Exchange. Bolivian banks were said to now be acquiring specialized services to protect their systems from cybercrime. Further, the bankers were now aware that fighting cybercrime had to be based upon adequate and state-of-the-art technology. Presentations were delivered by British company Darktrace. Imagine naming your company Darktrace. Darktrace. Hold on. No, I need the voice effect for this. Presentations were delivered by British company Darktrace, a cybersecurity firm set up by Britain's domestic security service, an MI5. Oh yeah, and just like openly MI5. Okay. And it signals intelligence agencies GCHQ. The company was incorporated the day after the first whistleblower Edward Snowden's. Oh my God, no way. The company was incorporated the day after the first of whistleblower Edward Snowden's exposures were published in The Guardian. You can't make this shit up, man. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, Jesus. Since its founding, Darktrace has hired personnel from the U.S. intelligence community, including directly from the CIA and the National Security Agency, where Snowden used to work. And people still believe in Q. Yeah, I know, right? If you want to believe in conspiracy theories, there's so many, like, crazy things that really happen. You know. Oh, and by the way, speaking of conspiracy theories, anytime that topic comes up, look what I've got on tap.
Conspiracy theory is a term that's used whenever anybody ascribes conscious intent to people with power. So I can say to you that school teachers are concerned about their salaries, and they're organizing, and they're threatening a strike, and they're pressuring. I can say to you that farmers are doing this and looking for subsidies and facing certain policies. But the minute I say to you that the very people at the top, the plutocracy, the very rich and powerful, the ones who own most of America, that they are consciously pursuing power and wealth, someone will come along and say, what do you have, a conspiracy theory? Or they'll say, oh, you're cynical or you're paranoid. Their view is that stuff just happens. Things just happen, unintended consequences, or our leaders are stupid and they're jerks, or they're confused and they don't know any better. And of course, the critic knows much better than everybody else. People who operate in this world operate with intent. There's no such thing as imperialism without imperialists. There's no such thing as capitalism without capitalists. There's no such thing as rulers who are somnambulists who walk around in their sleep. You watch out for your interests. You watch out and you make calculations. What makes you think that David Rockefeller doesn't? What makes you think that the people at the top don't do it? And what makes you think they don't collude and organize? Or what do you think? You have a group of people who sit around in a room and they plan this? And I always say, oh no, God, they don't sit around in a room. They meet on carousels and they go up and down merry-go-rounds, or they meet skydiving and they hold hands and they argue. Of course they sit in rooms. Where the hell else are they going to meet?
Yeah, so that's always on tap. Necessary, probably. I came prepared for somebody, maybe some liberals in the chat, talking about bullshit, conspiracies. So there you go. Yeah, golf courses, exactly. That is where they meet, often. They do hold hands. It's so cute. It's so adorable. I heard today that Cofantina's health is still really touch and go since the hunger strike stopped. Oh. Rand news today? Oh, just like random. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you never know with stuff like that, whether it's just a health thing or from the like hunger strike, or if it's something suspicious. Anyway. Recruit from the CIA. Alan Wade, who sits on Darktrace's advisory council. Darktrace. A 35-year veteran of the CIA and its former chief information officer. Dark Trace also recruited Marcus Fowler, a former U.S. Marine and 15-year veteran of the CIA, as its director of strategic threat. At the CIA, Fowler worked on developing global cyber operations and technical strategies and conducted nearly weekly briefings for senior U.S. officials, he says. On July 2013, Evo Morales' presidential plane was grounded in Austria after U.S. intelligence agencies suspected it had Snowden on board. Yeah. And here's Evo Morales speaking to the media at the airport in Vienna, Austria, in 2013, after his plane was denied access to French and Portuguese airspace over suspicions that Edward Snowden was on board. Evo is unreasonably based for like a SOCDEM, but then again, as I said before, if you get too far left in Latin America, they just kill your ass. So, although then again, like, you know, they tried with Castro and then they never succeeded. But maybe he was a precog, as some people think. Morales blamed the U.S. and other international actors for the November 2019 coup. It was a national and international coup d'etat, he said soon after. Industrialized countries don't want competition. He added, I'm absolutely convinced it's a coup against lithium. Yeah. Just like stating the obvious. I mean, like, Elon Musk told you that's what it is. Like, he's dumb enough that he's just out there telling people on Twitter. The WikiLeaks diplomatic cables show that the U.S. Embassy in La Paz worked closely with the political opposition in Bolivia to remove the Morales government after it took power in 2006. Morales expelled the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency in 2008 and the U.S. Agency for International Development in 2013, accusing them of conspiring against his government. I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. For the March 2019 event, the UK Embassy also brought an expert from the London-based think tank Chatham House, whose co-president is Eliza Manningham Bueller, a former director general of MI5. Its funders include the US State Department, UK Foreign Office, the British Army, and the oil companies BP and Chevron. Don't you just love it when you have a public-private partnership between the US State Department, UK Foreign Office, the British Army, and BP and Chevron? Just jolly cooperation. After the event, Britain's Foreign Office noted that several companies in the field are now being hired and consulted. It is not known if Dark Trace was one of them. The embassy kept up engagement soon after. New dialogue with the Bolivian government on cyber, notes the Foreign Office in its 2019 and 2020 program. It is unclear if this referred to the coup regime. Important input. The day after the Bolivian election, on 20 October 2019, the Washington-based Organization of American States, the group of countries in North and South America, released a report on the vote which Morales had marginally won. It cited an inexplicable change that drastically modifies the fate of the election. It also raised doubts about the fairness of the vote and fueled the chain of events that led to the November coup. Yeah. People overwhelmingly vote for this politician who's serving their interests. Must be rigged. You see, the MAS, Movimiento al Socialismo, is rigging the election by giving the voters what they want. That's not fair. However, a subsequent study by independent researchers using data obtained by the New York Times from the Bolivian electoral authorities found that the OAS statistical analysis was flawed. Its conclusion that Morales' share of the vote jumped inexplicably in the final ballots relied on incorrect data and inappropriate statistical techniques, the researchers found. Declassified can now reveal that the British Embassy provided data for the OAS's discredited report. I'm going to read that again. Declassified can now reveal that the British Embassy provided the data for the OAS's discredited report. So, like, we know It's confirmed that this is bullshit coming from the intelligence agencies. It's not just like, this is what's going on. It's a fact. And see, this is the conspiracy thing. This is why I've got this here.
Conspiracy theory.
That's why I've got that. It's because this shit's fucking real. It's just a fact you can point people to. And if they choose not to look at it, it's willful ignorance. Yeah. Okay. Its conclusion that Morales' share of the vote shifted inexplicably in the final ballots relied on incorrect data and inappropriate statistical techniques, the researchers found. Declassify. The British Embassy spent £8,000 putting together an alliance of civil society organizations which coordinated an operation for citizens' observation of the elections in 2019. This alliance carried out a survey on voting intentions before the elections, which was an important input for the OAS mission report, which identified irregularities in the process. The Foreign Office notes. Yeah, this is like standard kind of. We're cooking the books. The OAS failed to respond to declassified questions about of course they did, about UK's embassy's role in its discredited report, and the Foreign Office refused to answer any questions about it. Yeah, obviously. The British Embassy's projects to prepare for the election went even further. In February 2019, it spent $9,981 to bring the Thomas Reuters Foundation to the country to train 30 Bolivian journalists on verification techniques and pre-planning an election on coverage that is balanced, accurate, and free of polarization. The foundation said that ahead of the elections in Bolivia, it was teaching practical skills and tools to recognize fake news in attempts to influence the electorate with false information. Yeah, these declassified guys are really good. This was a link that somebody posted in the SciTube. I hope News and On gets in on this, because this is some good shit. Agreed. Deep State evokes fake conspiracy theory shit. Yes. Yeah. It's really easy to see this stuff that is confirmed and then be like, oh, what else could they be doing? And they are doing other stuff, but I can post a link again. It's right here. There you go. That's the link. All right. The British Embassy's projects to prepare for the elections went even further. In February 2019, they spent, in pre-planning on election coverage that is balanced, accurate, and free of polarization. Declassified previously revealed how the British government is using journalism as an influencing tool in Latin America. Well, yeah. Also recently revealed was that the British, of course, that's a link to another article, which is just confirming things that should be obvious, but we have them as facts now, right? Also recently revealed was the British government secretly funded Reuters in the 1960s and 1970s at the behest of an anti-Soviet propaganda unit linked to the British intelligence. Come on. I mean, it's just a whole an industry. It's a propaganda industry, it's like you're reading out the list of all the store locations, right? This is how deep it is. It's in everything. This is a good ass article. Marxist solidarity. Yeah, I agree that Anglo is an irritatingly imprecise term. It's all right for meme purposes, but as soon as you get into serious discussion, you really should move on to something better. Marxist solidarity. Days after the November coup in Bolivia, the UK Foreign Office released a statement saying the United Kingdom congratulates Janine Áñez on taking on her new responsibilities as interim president of Bolivia. Yes, Queen. Finally, a female dictator. Good ass article is how I call my SO. it added, "We welcome Ms. Anya's appointment and her declared intention to hold elections soon." And here's UK Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab arriving at 10 Downing Street on 3rd of February 2021. Can't really see him because he's wearing a mask, though. You didn't lose emotes from the list. This is a different SciTube room. Unless some of them got, like... I think that they're all still active. Yeah, I just haven't copied all... I didn't copy all of the emotes over to this one. The room's owner copied some. But there's like a whole bunch more. I don't know. I'll worry about that some other time. Anyway. Alright, good night, Screeny. Thanks for stopping by. You added a bunch to the conversation. Sweet dreams. Hold on. Do we have the... Here we go. Sleepy Stalin. I think this article's not that much longer. Alright, yeah, that's not too much more. I'll finish this one up and I think I'm going to be out. Hello, my name is Yenin Anyas. I love God boxes and gringos. Dislikes hide and seek Indians. Sounds legit. Sounds like it's a dead-on impression. Oh man, I don't want to get into it, but like the shit that she said, the fucking racist shit that she said. Oh my god. She was talking about like driving out the indigenous people from La Paz. Like pagans and stuff. Because there's still a whole bunch of indigenous religion that's exercised there, revering Pachamama. And she's like, we gotta, yeah, like Christ a fascist, exactly. Oh my god. She came into office holding like a 3-foot tall Bible. No joke. It was nuts. It was one of the most bizarre things. Whew. Anyway. Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab stated, "We hope that the current crisis in Bolivia can now be resolved swiftly, peacefully, and in a democratic way. The Bolivian people deserve to have the opportunity to vote in free and fair elections." The Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn offered a completely different view, saying, "I condemn the coup against the Bolivian people and stand with them for democracy, social justice, and independence." Raab proceeded to attack Corbyn, quote tweeting him. News articles talking about quote tweets. What fucking clown world is this? Quote tweets are news. Raab proceeded to attack Corbyn, quote tweeting him and stating, "Unbelievable, the Organization of American States refused to certify the Bolivian election because of systemic flaws. The people are protesting and striking on an unprecedented scale, but Jeremy Corbyn puts Marxist solidarity ahead of democracy." But Raab and the Foreign Office made no further comments as the new regime's forces carried out the Sacaba and Sincada massacres the following week. Yeah, of course not. That's democracy in action. When it happens in a capitalist country, the violence and the death, it's just human nature. But, you know, if somebody gets hit by a fucking meteor in a socialist country, that was because of communism. Jeff Glecken, Britain's ambassador to Bolivia since January 2019. All right. And this is the last stretch. Yeah, Corbyn was pretty based there. Navalny and Anyas, I thought they only got one every 3 years. All right. In March 2020, 4 months after Morales was overthrown, the new regime was organizing a series of initiatives with the UK as a strategic partner, the documents note. Which is to say they were puppets. The same month, Britain ambassador during the coup, Jeff Glecken, there we go, that's where he comes up, offered a glimpse of the UK interest involved in backing the new regime. Glecken spoke to the Bolivian media about British Week, which was bringing 12 British companies to the country for the first time. Many are looking. It's British Week. It's like Shark Week, except with something even more cold-blooded. Many are looking for new markets in the world, and Bolivia can be an opportunity to grow, he said. Due to the political changes in Bolivia, a more open environment for foreign investment is perceived, and I believe that this will, it's a weird way to say it. I believe that this will open new doors to companies that want to share their technology, their products, and make alliances with different companies. Alliances with companies as if they're like state powers. Glecken, who remains in post, added, "We are working with the Santa Cruz Mayor's Office, and we invite Santa Cruz corporations to participate in the event." In the documents seen by Declassified, a disproportionately high number of UK embassy projects have focused on the eastern city of Santa Cruz, which was the center of opposition to Evo Morales' government. Just another story of somebody going in and targeting the dissidents to say, like, hey, do you want to it's like, you know, that FBI, that meme with the Fed being like, hey kid, do you want to bomb a federal building? But it's like, hey, far-right dissidents, do you want to coup a government? You know, it's like insane. It's just the same formula. I mean, I guess don't fix if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? It's like nuts how it's always the same thing. Noticer's child, though. Thank you. Oh, I think you left already. All right. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Leo. It's yeah. Glecken continued. The previous government was not very in favor of foreign investment, so with the changes we are going to see, it will be easier to enter the market and do business. The companies to come are from different parts of Great Britain and from various sectors. They are modern firms that are doing innovative things and want to enter the market and share their services and products in Bolivia. Glecken added, "The demand for lithium is growing, and Bolivia must take advantage of that opportunity. And if they don't, we will make them." When new elections took place in October 2020, Evo Morales' Movimiento al Socialismo won 55% of the votes against 6 rivals on the ballot, easily avoiding the need for a runoff. The runner-up was former President Carlos Mesa with just under 29%. A Foreign Office spokesperson told Declassified presidential elections held in Bolivia in October 2020 were free and fair. There was no coup. The UK has a strong and constructive relationship with current and former Bolivian administrations. Anytime somebody's like, there was no coup, like, how does it not just... How do you even say that anymore? Like, surely that's just too obvious, right? Reminds me of the old imperialist powers, socialism at home, imperialism abroad. What's interesting to me is in contemporary American politics, this kind of shit is seen in pop history as the realm of the right, despite the fact that we see in these modern far-right coups, it's the so-called liberals leading the charge. Liberals in the U.S., yes. It's a product of the far right in the country where the coup's happening. It's the liberals at home who are doing it. Bolivian music for your enjoyment. I will cue that after me so that you can listen to it'll play me out after I'm finished, because I'm about done. After I finish with this article, which is near the end, I'm done. All right. Yeah. Oh wait, no, that is the end of the article. Matt Kennard is head of investigations at Declassified UK, an investigative journalism organization that covers the UK's role in the world. That's a dark phrase. The UK's role in the world. Do you have a YouTube you will upload this to? Sort of. I've been live streaming to YouTube at the same time, the whole time. This live stream is also on YouTube. Let me copy a link so that you can see it. I have... Where do I get the link to copy? They give you... That's my stream key. Stream URL. You're supposed to have a link on here. Oh wait, here's the share button. Yeah, there we go. Video link. That should be it. Yep, that's it. That's this video, and that should be the same link for when it's done. But yeah, I've got it set up so I can stream to Twitch and YouTube simultaneously, and I'm planning to be doing this like Monday to Thursday, probably on like 6 p.m. to, I don't know. I don't know if I want to be going this late every night, but the plan is to start covering the news at 6. I might skip some things in the future depending on what people want. Definitely open to taking suggestions for articles to cover. But yep, that's we got through all the news. We didn't get to the commentary articles, but that's a little less pressing, I guess. And I'm tired now, so don't burn yourself. Yeah, I have burned myself out streaming before, so I know what that's like. Yeah, I have enough self-control that I can shut it down early. But yeah, I think that's I've covered everything. I might hang out for a minute if y'all want to discuss something, but then I'm gonna shut it down. Go ahead and close. Oh, I did have this page open because people were arguing about free will in one of the threads earlier. I thought that might be an interesting discussion, but yeah, not gonna mess with that right now. That's a whole can of worms. But yeah, I think the chat's quieted down a bit, so I think I'll put a thanks for the news. Yeah, thanks for calling it comfy. I'm glad you enjoyed it. If there's any feedback to give, I would say post in the SciTube thread. Let me put a link to that in the... Oh. Overboard only has the recent posts. I'll grab the SciTube thread link. There we go. It's been a while since anyone's bumped this. Here you go. That's the SciTube thread that's up right now, so you can post there if you want to give feedback. All right. Well, I think that I'm done for the night, so I'll play you out with a little... What's my ending scene? Here we go.
That's all, folks.